check, 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 test, test, check, check, test, 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 check, check, test, test, check, check. Check, 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 test, test, check, check, test, test, check, 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 test, check, check, test, test, check, test, one, check, check, hello, hello, testing, testing, hello, hello, testing, check, testing, hello, testing. Check, testing, hello, 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 testing, hello, check, test, test, check, 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 test, test, check, hello, testing, hello, hello, check, check, test, test, check, test, one, hello, testing, testing, hello, hello, testing, check, test, check, check, check,
check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, check, test, check, check, check.
check, 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 all, testing, all, check, 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 all, check, testing,
Hello, hello.
testing, check, 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 test one, check, check, test, 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 check, check, test one, check, test, test, check, test, check, check, check,
Check, check, check, check, check, check, test, check, check.
Hello. Hello.
check, 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 check.
Hello, hello. I didn't understand. समझा नहीं. अच्छा टेस्ट I have to test. अच्छा ये पास में
Check,
इसको
check,
करना है. You want to move it.
check this one, check, check, check this. Check white, check this. Hello. Check.
So it will be echoing if we say here. So they want to move it here.
Check, check.
cheek, 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 cheek does, cheek does, cheek, cheek, cheek does, cheek, cheek, cheek,
cheek, cheek, cheek, cheek, cheek, taste, taste, cheek, 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 one taste, cheek, 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 taste, taste,
cheek, 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 cheek does, cheek, 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 cheek,
Shall I say? Respected MD sir has arrived. All the executives, guests, and all the dignitaries are there. So I request all the beloved comrades to gather here, and I request everybody to occupy the front rows, please. I request all the beloved comrades to occupy the front rows, please. आदरणीय एमडी सर, मुख्य अतिथि और सभी गणमान्य लोगों का यहाँ आगमन हो चुका है। सभी कॉमरेड से निवेदन है कि वे सभागार में उपस्थित रहे और सामने की सीट में बैठने की कृपा करें। सभी से निवेदन है कि वे सभागार में उपस्थित रहे। आदरणीय अतिथिगण का आगमन हो चुका है। सभी कॉमरेड से निवेदन है कि कृपया सभागार में उपस्थित हो। कुछ ही समय में कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ होने जा रहा है। सभी से निवेदन है कि सभागार में अपनी उपस्थिति रखें।
Good evening, Chennai. I request all to please assemble in the hall. We will be beginning the meeting in a very short while. All of you please be seated. And I request all to please occupy the first rows of the dais. Please come front. Those who are standing outside may please get in. Please be seated.
The chairman reception committee, madam. So whatever you want, just brief him so that print that no. Print है मेरे पास 2 मिनट। नहीं मैं लिखा हुआ मैंने अपना लिखा हुआ। You want print no? Print अगर है तो नमस्कार नमस्कार।
मैं एक बार बुला लूं सबको। Ask everybody to come in.
All comrades may please be seated. We are just going to start the program. I request all comrades once again to please be seated. Request once again, all of you please may be seated and please keep your mobiles in silent mode so as to maintain the decorum. So very good evening to all. Hearty welcome to the dignitaries of today's function. Executives of our beloved bank IOB, leaders of yesteryear and present, leaders from affiliates and fraternal trade unions, and lifeline of our organization, dear comrades across the country and team IOBOA. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. This evocative beginning of the novel, A Tale of Two Cities, by the master storyteller Charles Dickens, now seems quite prophetic. Year 2020 and 2021 were ravaged by the first and second wave of COVID-19 pandemic, and this year was spent in anxiety and sorrow. But the mankind picked up the threads of their lives with indomitable spirit and resilience. The human spirit triumphed as always. Comrades, our hibernation is over. We are back with a bang where we belong to, as life is not about waiting for the storm to pass by. It's about learning to dance in the rain. So together, we shall overcome what is in the store in the future too.
अद्भुत नज़ारा है, वास्तव में एक विहंगम दृश्य। विविधता में एकता का प्रतीक हमारा यह देश, इसका ये छोटा सा सभागार जो उसका प्रतिबिंब दर्शा रहा है। यहाँ पर उपस्थित है इंडियन ओवरसीज बैंक ऑफिसर्स एसोसिएशन के भूतकाल। यहाँ हमारे प्राचीन पुराने लीडर्स जिन्होंने इंडियन ओवरसीज बैंक ऑफिसर्स एसोसिएशन के परचम को लहराया। यहाँ उपस्थित है हमारे वर्तमान लीडर जो आज अपना सर्वस्व देने का प्रयत्न करते हुए ऑफिसर्स एसोसिएशन की पताका को लहराने का प्रयत्न कर रहे हैं। यहाँ उपस्थित है यंग कॉमरेड्स जो एसोसिएशन का भविष्य है। तो ऐसे भूत, भविष्य और वर्तमान की त्रिवेणी के इस महाकुंभ में मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ। स्वामी चैतन्य महाप्रभु ने कहा था, जिस पीढ़ी के मन में भूतकाल का वैभव, वर्तमान की पीड़ा और उज्जवल भविष्य के स्वप्न हो, उसे परास्त करना स्वयं इंद्र के वश में भी नहीं।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a big applause the long cherished event, the historical event, rather the only mega event we shall remember for a long time, the 24th Triennial Conference of Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association. It's indeed a great honor and privilege for each one of us present here to be a part of the historical conference being conducted in Chennai, the citadel of trade union movement.
When we say IOBOA, we are always attracted to go to its root. Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association took its wings on 2nd June 1967 under the leadership of late comrade K.V. Balasubramanian, affectionately called as Annachi, that means elder brother, Bada Bhai, who was the founder general secretary, and comrade V.S.T. Kumaraswamy. Both are veteran trade unionists who gave birth to Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association, of which we all are proud members today.
IOBOA has successfully traversed 54 years of its journey for a meaningful and purposeful existence in championing the cause of officers' fraternity. This journey encompasses glorious struggles and sacrifices, disappointments and victories of its illustrious leaders, yesteryears and present days, appropriately blending its activities, the innumerable services to society too, in an efficient and organized manner.
Down to memory lane, when we look back, we are simply astounded by the sheer growth of our organization over the 54 years. IOBOA today stands as a monument of countless struggles, numerous sacrifices, and successful endeavors for its members and leaders.
IOBOA is an apolitical organization commanding 10% membership of officers of Indian Overseas Bank and is the sole organization representing their interest. Its membership consists of officers from junior management grade scale 1 to top executive grade scale 8. It has a unitary setup and all its functionaries are strictly those officers who are in service.
IOBOA is affiliated to All India Bank Officers Confederation, that is IBOC, at the industry level. IBOC is also a non-political organization commanding more than 87% membership of bank officers pan-India. IOBOA has been actively in the forefront with enormous contribution to IBOC in all the policy matter, bipartite settlements, medical insurance scheme, and all digital program.
The seed sown over 53 years by the yesteryear leaders has ripened in the form of our General Secretary, Comrade Murali Soundararajan, unanimously elected as the President of IBOC during January 2021. We express our gratitude to former leaders of IOBOA for their valuable contributions to IBOC, which has provided us the significance in the arena of IBOC.
Comrades, we are always known and widely admired as a responsible organization working in tandem with the management in its efforts to redeem our bank to its past glory. We are profound and conscious of the fact and believe that it is the robust health of our bank rise our well-being. Towards this end, we are prepared to make any amount of sacrifice.
We, as an organization, have an abiding interest in the welfare and longevity of the bank, for it is our sole breadwinner, and our future is inextricably linked by the flesh and blood with Indian Overseas Bank, which we all love and cherish. Our bank is like our mother. Try as you may, one can never separate a mother from her children.
True to the dictum, we have always upheld the philosophy of participative management. IOBOA had always played a positive role in building the bank. It had always been our endeavor to reap rich dividends in terms of goodwill for the organization and benefits for the members.
Besides protecting rights of membership, IOBOA had extended monetary and material support for social causes from time to time whenever natural calamities take place by reaching the non-reachable and providing the non-available at that point of time.
Comrades, time has incredible ways of polishing struggles to strength. All the glory, reputation, and achievements that we can boast of today are due to the sacrifice of our legendary leaders and also the then membership. The unity and indomitable faith shown by the membership in the organization greatly contributed to the advancement of our movement in championing the cause of officers.
Our red salute to all yesteryear leaders. We assure that as proud inheritors of this moment, we will ever remain grateful and indebted to all. Now, with your permission, let me get into the formalities of the fabulous evening. Today, we have here a humongous gathering, the top management of IOB, leaders of past and present, various luminaries of our fraternity, office bearers of IOBOA, past, present, and those in the making. The celebrations and the spirit of unity cannot get better.
Dear comrades, with the blessings of Almighty, now this is time to invite all our dignitaries on the dais. First of all, I would like to invite Shri Devendra Kumar, Chief Regional Manager, Chennai 1, and he is also the chairman of the reception committee for this conference. Now I would request Comrade Varun Deepak and Comrade Shriram R to escort Shri Devendra Kumar to the dais. I request both the comrades to honor Comrade Shri Devendra Kumar, CRM. A big round of applause for our chairman of the reception committee, Shri Devendra Kumar. I request Comrade Varun Deepak and Shri Ram to honor Shri Devendra Kumar. हमारी एकता के प्रतिबिंब इस सभागार में तालियों की कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए. बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज प्लीज.
Thank you. Now, may I please request Mr. Devendra Kumar CRM Chennai 1 to please welcome our President and General Secretary, Comrade Babani Shankar Mishra sir, and Comrade T. Murali Soundarajan sir to the dais, please.
तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के बीच हमारे बड़े नेता कॉमरेड भवानी शंकर मिश्रा, कॉमरेड टी मुरली सुंदरराजन, जोरदार तालियां.
Big round of applause, gentlemen.
आपकी तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट हमारे नेताओं के प्रति आपका प्यार दर्शाती है.
Request Comrade Varun Deepak to do the honors, please.
Fine. Now, dear comrades, this is the time to invite our respected Managing Director and CEO, Shri Parth Pratim Sen Gupta. I would request Comrade Ramakrishnan and Comrade Anji Reddy to escort our respected MD and CEO on the dais.
A standing ovation, please.
Now, I would request President Bhavani Shankar Mishra and President General Secretary to honor respected MD and CEO of our beloved IOB. IOB Zindabad. IOB Zindabad.
Zindabad, Zindabad.
अपने सहकर्मियों के प्रति प्रेम के प्रतिबिंब हमारे प्रिय एमडी एंड सीईओ श्री पार्थ प्रतिम सेन गुप्ता, इनका मंच पर आगमन हो चुका है। Comrade President and Comrade General Secretary is now honoring our beloved MD and CEO. जोरदार तालियां। सादगी की प्रतिमूर्ति, प्रसन्न वदन, ऐसे हमारे प्यारे एमडी। साथ में उपस्थित हमारे महान नेता कॉमरेड प्रेसिडेंट, कॉमरेड जीएस।
Now may I request Comrade Abhiyanand and Comrade H. Padmanabhan to accompany our beloved, most respected Executive Director of Indian Overseas Bank, Sri Ajay Kumar Srivastava, to the dais, please. All comrades are giving a standing ovation. That's great. Please give a big round of applause.
ईडी सर के स्वागत में तालियों का महासमर होना चाहिए।
I request Comrade Abhiyanand and Papan sir, along with our President and General Secretary, to honor our ED sir.
जोरदार तालियां। एमडी सर, ईडी सर का आगमन है। ईडी सर का स्वागत यहां पर किया जा रहा है टीम IOBOA की तरफ से। IOB जिंदाबाद।
जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद।
दोस्तों, ये मेरा विशेष सौभाग्य है कि नारी शक्ति की प्रतीक हमारे बीच में यहां पर उपस्थित है, जिनके ऊपर में एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर ऑफ इंडियन ओवरसीज बैंक का कार्यभार है। नाउ आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट ऑनरेबल beloved Srimati S. Srimati, the executive director of our beloved bank. I would request Comrade Vani and Comrade Rekha to escort respected madam on the dais. Nari Shakti Zindabad! Nari Shakti Zindabad!
Zindabad, zindabad.
जिस चेहरे को देखकर एक मातृत्व की झलक हमारे सामने आती है, ऐसी हमारी ईडी मैडम का आगमन डायस पर हो चुका है। जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत किया जाए मैडम का।
Vani madam and Rekha madam is honoring our respected ED madam. Please give a big round of applause.
लक्ष्मी, रहल्या, चन्नम्मा, रुद्रमांबा, सुविक्रमा, निवेदिता, शारदा, रम्या मातृ देवता। इंडियन ओवरसीज बैंक में प्रत्येक काम करने वाली महिला के प्रतीक हमारी दोनों कॉमरेड्स और मैडम ईडी, इनके लिए एक बार तालियों का मैं आपसे अनुरोध करता हूं।
Thank you, ma'am. Now may I request Comrade Prem Kumar S. and Comrade Sampath Kumar to accompany our own Soumya Da, Comrade Soumya Datta, who is the General Secretary of All India Bank Officers Confederation.
Our
Big round of
unity
applause.
Zindabad.
IOBOA Zindabad. IOBOA Zindabad.
IOBOA जिंदाबाद। हमारी सिंह गर्जना हमारी एकता दर्शाती है दोस्तों। IOBOA जिंदाबाद। आईबोक जिंदाबाद। कॉमरेड सौम्या दत्ता जिंदाबाद। बैंक बचाओ देश बचाओ के प्रणेता आईबॉक के जनरल सेक्रेटरी ऑनरेबल कॉमरेड सौम्या दत्ता, इनका स्वागत किया जा रहा है कॉमरेड प्रेम कुमार और कॉमरेड संपत द्वारा। बैंक बचाओ देश बचाओ।
बचाओ देश बचाओ।
बैंक बचाओ देश बचाओ।
बैंक बचाओ देश बचाओ।
हमारे और हमारी बैंक के अस्तित्व के लिए सतत प्रयत्नशील, सतत संघर्षरत ऐसे महान नेताओं का मंच पर एक साथ जमावड़ा ये किसी ऐतिहासिक पल से कम नहीं है और इस ऐतिहासिक पल के आज साक्षी बनने जा रहे हैं। इसका सौभाग्य इसे हमें इठलाना चाहिए दोस्तों। नाउ
May I request Comrade Senthil and Comrade Raghavendra Sripat Hegde to accompany our dear General Manager HR, Sri Rabindra Kumar Pradhan, to the dais, please. Our GMHR is being accompanied to the dais. Big round of applause, comrades.
किसी संस्था की प्रगति इस बात पर अवलंबित होती है कि संस्था के कर्मचारी कितने खुश हैं और उनकी खुशी को बनाए रखने का जिम्मा सतत निभाते हुए श्री रविंद्र कुमार प्रधान सर, जनरल मैनेजर, जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत किया जाए।
Comrade Senthil and Comrade Raghavendra Hegde is honoring our GM HR. Show your energy, comrades. Please give a big round of applause. Now may I request Comrade Shanmugam and Comrade Ramtar Meena to accompany Comrade S.C. Balaji, General Secretary of AIOBEU, to the dais.
कॉमरेड एस.सी. बालाजी, जनरल सेक्रेटरी AIOBEU, इनका आगमन मंच पर हो चुका है। आर यूनिटी जिंदाबाद।
जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद।
आर यूनिटी जिंदाबाद।
जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद।
क्लरिकल ऑफिसर्स यूनिटी जिंदाबाद।
जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद।
क्लरिकल ऑफिसर्स यूनिटी जिंदाबाद।
Comrade S.C. Balaji is being honored by our comrades Shanmugam and Ramdar Meena. Varun is there, Shanmugam is there. They are doing the honors. Thank you, sir.
Now, I would request Comrade Ramakrishna and Comrade Krishnan to escort Comrade R. Mukundan, President AIOBEU. I request Comrade Ramakrishnan and Comrade Krishnan to escort Comrade R. Mukundan, the President of AIOBEU, to the dais.
Comrade R. Mukundan is on the dais. Now Comrade Ramakrishna and Comrade Krishnan is doing the honors.
Our unit is Zindabad.
So now all dignitaries are on the dais. All auspicious occasions commence with a prayer. So may I please request the gathering to rise, and may I please request Ms. Aravinda, daughter of Sri M.S. Rangarajan, former staff of IOBOA, to render the prayer song. May I please request the gathering to rise for the prayer.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரிதனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you, Aravinda, for the soulful rendering of Tamil Thai. Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais to please come forward for the lighting of the traditional Kuttuvilaku.
विभिन्नता में एकता का प्रतीक जगमगाता हुआ यह दीप सभी जाति पाति मत पंथ संप्रदाय इसको प्रतिबिंबित करता हुआ। मंगल ज्योत की इस मंगल ज्वाला से वातावरण मंगल एवं पावन हो चुका है। एक ज्योत है सब दीपों में, सारे जग में नूर एक है। सच तो ये है इस दुनिया का, हाकिम और हुजूर एक है। हर मानव माटी का पुतला, जीवन का आधार एक है। गहराई तक जाकर देखो, सब धर्मों का सार एक है। एक वाहे गुरु एक परमेश्वर, कृष्ण और श्री राम एक है। नाम भले ही अलग अलग हो, भक्तों के भगवान एक है। नाम रूप की बात छोड़ दो, इंसानों की जात एक है। मन से मन के तार जोड़ लो, सीधी सच्ची बात एक है। Thank you, and now on to the official meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, now may I invite Mr. Devendra Kumar, Chief Regional Manager, Chennai 1, Chairman of Reception Committee for the welcome address. Ever since this conference was scheduled, Mr. Devendra Kumar has been leading from the front to ensure the seamless conduct of this conference. Shri Devendra Kumar joined our bank during March 1999 as a probationary officer. He has an MBA degree with CAIIB and worked across the country in various capacities. He took charge as the Chief Regional Manager of Chennai 1 region with effect from 1st of August 2021. Before that, he worked in IBB Kolkata, Nehru Place and Defense Colony branches. His strong acumen both in credit and foreign exchange is a special quality to be mentioned here. He is a one who continuously strive hard and commit himself for the betterment of the organization by giving more than 100%, and his strong belief, attitude decides altitude, made him one of the great leaders of our bank. His leadership qualities brought him accolades from our top management. An example, in the recently concluded Retail Premier League as part of 85th foundation of our bank, Chennai 1 region was awarded the first position in Group A Metro category. A big round of applause for sir. He is an avid reader and a very simple person. On his personal front, he is married to Madam Jalpai and they are blessed with 2 sons and a daughter. Sir, may I now invite you, please.
Good evening to all. Respected Sri Partha Pritam Sengupta sir, our Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer. Respected Sri Ajay Kumar Srivastav, Executive Director.
Respected Madam Srimati S. Srimati, Executive Director, respected Sri Ravindra Kumar Pradhan, our GM, respected Sri Somaya Datta, General Secretary, IBOA, Sri R. Mukandan, President, IOB EU, Sri S.C. Balaji, General Secretary, AIOBEU, and President of NCBE. Respected General Managers, my dear colleagues, all the office bearer of our welfare association, other trade unions, invited guests from other organizations, all retired and serving IOBNs, delegates, observer, media representative, and ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to all of you. I am privileged and honored to be here and extend you all a very warm welcome in IOBOA 24th Triennial Conference. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Today we are privileged to have our respected MD and CEO, Sir, Sri P.P. Sen Gupta, who is a manifestation of this court. Despite his busy schedule, he has taken out time for us today to inaugurate this conference. We are highly thankful to you, sir. MD, sir, is seasoned banker having rich experience of more than 35 years. He has taken charge of our bank at a very turbulent times, but he has taken us out of PCA in a very short stint. Though he is a management person, but he always keep interest of the IOBNs, interest of the employees at forefront. During COVID time, he has taken various measures to safeguard the employees and the family members. And our bank has taken various measures in the interest of the employees under his active direction. In various meetings, he used to guide us to be sensible towards not only towards our clients, but towards our employees also. On behalf of all of us, I extend my gratitude and welcome to you, sir. Anyone can hold the helm when the sea is calm, but your mental is truly reflected when you take the captaincy of a ship during turbulent waters and sail it safely to the shore. Our respected AD, Sri A.K. Srivastava, joined the bank when the bank was going through a tough time. We were in continuous losses and we were under PCA. He has always encouraged field staff, which is true strength of an organization, and took very bold steps to meet the need of the hour. It was his positive attitude and consistent motivation to all of us that led IOB out of PCA. I sincerely thank you, sir, for always being on our side and always being a true example of patience and passion. On behalf of all present here, I welcome you, sir. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a true leader. Our ED ma'am, S. Srimati, is one such personality. She joined bank in March 2021, has complemented all efforts taken by our respected MD and ED, sir, to strengthen IOB, and we got lucky that we got out of PCA soon after she joined the collective efforts of all of us. Since she is very gracious and always motivate field functionaries to give their best, she is constantly guiding us to be very visible on the digital fronts to make IOB a force to reckon. On behalf of all present here, I welcome you, ma'am. When going gets tough, the tough gets going. I am privileged to welcome our respected GM, Sri R.K. Pradhan, for gracing the occasion. We all know that we have more than 60% of our branches in southern region, and over the year we are facing acute shortage of staff here. It is under his active participation, active decision taking that we have taken a decision to transfer this overseas transfer, which at such a large scale, and it has happened in IOB for the first time. It is definitely going to pay us dividend in longer term. He joined bank as agriculture officer and is known for his sincerity and simplicity and taking right decision at the right time. On behalf of August gathering, I welcome you, sir. I take privilege to welcome Comrade Samaya Datta, General Secretary, IBOA. Mr. Datta is vocal in the interest of banker and actively lead officers' demand and concern to the appropriate authorities every time. I used to follow him on Twitter. All of us present here know about him and the mighty IBOA. So I will not speak much on behalf of IOB family. I welcome you, comrade. Coming together is beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. This can be seen truly in our IOB. All our clerical staff put as much efforts as our officer fraternity used to do. And this teamwork is cultivated over the years and presently nurtured by Comrade R. Mukandan, President AIOBEU, and Comrade S.C. Balaji, General Secretary AIOBEU. I welcome you both, sir. We, Indian Overseas Bank, are in the 85th year of presence in the banking sector. IOBOA has always been strength and has extended all support to the management in its efforts to prove that we are good people to grow with. I welcome and thank each one of the participants, delegate, serving and retired staff members, media persons, dignitaries from other institutes. All of you deserve a loud applause for braving to come to Chennai at a short call despite the fear of COVID. Now we are out of PCA. I call upon all of us to strive hard to take the great institution to the greater height. Yes, together we can. I know you are eager to listen the stalwarts sitting on the dais. I will not take much time. I once again welcome you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Devendra sir. And my dear comrades, it's a very rare opportunity to hear all our leaders all together. Our MD CEO sir is here, ED sirs are here, GS President, GS IBOA and whom not else. Everybody is here. So I request you all to kindly give attention to their speech. Please be seated and also please occupy the front row so that you can hear them patiently. Aram se. Thank you.
सभी कॉमरेड से निवेदन है कि माननीय अतिथियों का सम्मान बनाए रखे, इस कार्यक्रम की गरिमा बनाए रखे। कृपया शांति से अपने स्थान को ग्रहण करें।
Now it's time for introductory address. A cost accountant by qualification, started his career at Vigilance Department, had a long stint in IT Department, Central Office, and presently a Pakka banker in operations, saver of the branch manager and customer's pet. Entered the Executive Committee of Officers Association during 2002 as AGS Central Office, served members of IOBOA under various capacities from Joint Treasurer, Senior DGS, Senior Vice President, President and General Secretary from January 2019 and became the Beacon of Bankers President IBOA from January 2021. A tall leader, not only by his stature but also by his words and wisdom, a veteran in defense mechanism, a soft-spoken academician, but proved his mettle as a leader and on 10 occasions leading by example. A leader who was in the forefront in the long-drawn battle of bipartisan settlement. PCA or pandemic, he remained reasonable on his demands for the members and he achieved many during these difficult times too. The skipper of team IOBOA, our own General Secretary and President of our Apex organization, IBOA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause and welcome our General Secretary and President of IBOA, Comrade Murli Soundarajan, to deliver his introductory address.
हम उबलते हैं तो समंदर उबल जाते हैं, हम मचलते हैं तो भूचाल मचल जाते हैं, हम पिघलते हैं तो पाषाण पिघल जाते हैं। हमें बदलने की कोशिश मत करना है दोस्त, क्योंकि हम बदलते हैं तो इतिहास बदल जाते हैं, इतिहास बदल जाते हैं। A big round of applause for our beloved GS, Comrade Murli Sundarajan Jindabad.
Thank you, Comrade Jyoti and Comrade Nicol. Respected and beloved Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Sri Partha Pratim Sengupta ji, the chief guest of today's inaugural function for our historic 24th Triennial Conference, I am calling it as historic, for we have crossed many hurdles, overcome many challenges in arranging a function of this magnitude, where we have redefined everything in respect of the triennial which we have witnessed so far. He joined our respected MD and CEO joined IOB family on 24th of July from the legendary State Bank of India with rich experience over retail and corporate banking. He joined our bank at the right moment when our sagging morale got a little booster, when the bank posted a net profit of rupees 144 crore for the fourth quarter of the fiscal 2020 after a long period of suffering of 72 months. When the comrades across the country, whenever this quarterly results got declared, the previous query was how much was the profit. Then the query got gradually altered or modified. What is the loss per this quarter? So this change in the thinking required a lot of dynamics to be worked out, and thanks to the sagacious management which practiced highest degree of staff motivation, and the bank could turn around. When our beloved MD and CEO joined the bank, we could post a marginal net profit of 144 crore for the fourth quarter. From the day one of taking charge, our MD and CEO unequally announced that the bank would look for a fresh start to grow more in the coming days. He intrinsically studied the various strengths of the bank and found that the customer loyalty was the best thing we ever possessed. In fact, when he was reported at Bombay due to COVID, he could not come immediately. We greeted him over telephone, and I told him that the biggest strength of the bank is the customers. However hard we find we try to chase them out, these customers don't move us. So that is a commitment we had. It's not that we wanted to chase. We had a lot of teething problems when we had a technological makeover to Finacle, when the Forex was centralized. We had a lot of teething problem and customers started moving out. But certain loyal customers who were steadfastly with the bank were proved to be the core strength of the bank those days. He said, we will rectify all those things, Murli, in the coming days. We will move from strength to strength. As said, after his moving over, he has put in a lot of changes, and we are trying to digitally make over. A consultant, Ernst & Young, has been appointed. Submitted a report. We are on the right path to have a digital. One of the main concerns of the managing director of the bank is to have a client acquisition. Right now, he always says we are in a very vantage position in Chennai. We are the principal, one of the very principal banks, having its origin and roots from a very rich legacy. And look at the client profile of the bank. We do not have many corporate clients. The customers whom we are having are elderly, and whenever these clients pass away due to the acts of nature, and their children don't bank with us. So the first priority he has set for the bank is to acquire a fresh and young clientele. So the young clientele, as you all know, can be attracted only when you have a more vibrant digital space. And we have rightly embarked under the leadership of the MD to acquire such a phenomenal change in the operational aspects of the bank. And the bank is progressing under the right direction under the captainship of our beloved MD. We are very privileged. We are proud. In fact, when I told him a fortnight back that we will be having a triennial, and he said how many people will be coming, he was upbeat. In fact, he has a heart for the people. He always wants to maintain connect with the people. And rightly he said, he was very upbeat. He said, I will definitely be there. I will definitely be there. In fact, day before yesterday only, we handed him over the formal invitation because I was in continuous tour. He said, a word of reassurance that don't worry, I will definitely be there. He has kept his words and be amongst us. It's a very happy occasion for Indian Overseas Bank Officer Association, which proudly practice the philosophy of collective bargaining. And we always feel that we are a part of the management. We are always a part of their endeavors in bettering the bank and strengthening the bank and making it more vibrant. We are very proud and privileged to have him amongst us. Comrade Soumya Datta, General Secretary, All India Bank Officers Confederation, and I have the proud privilege of being the running mate of Comrade Soumya Datta as the President of All India Bank Officers Confederation. Very, I should say, a rare recognition accorded to one of the modest units of All India Bank Officers Confederation, recognizing the efforts we have made to the All India Bank Officers all these years, thanks to the sagacious leadership of arrested years, starting right from K.B. Acharya, Comrade Gopinath Rao, Comrade J.D. Sharma, and Comrade. I only reap the seeds which they have sown. They have sown that the seeds they have sown has grown into a plant. I am enjoying the fruits of their hard labor to the Bank Officers Trade Union movement. He is a die-hard fighter. He will never be given to a situation. He will never succumb himself to a given situation. Under his aegis, All India Bank Office, under his leadership, All India Bank Officers Confederation has embarked upon a very, very ambitious program of fighting the might of the government, which wants to place all the public sector banks on the selling map, and we are waging a very valiant battle under the leadership of Comrade Soumya Datta as a president, as a secretary of All India Bank Officers Confederation. Our Facebook page, Bank Bachao, Desh Bachao, is very dynamic page, has a very vibrant, he has a very dedicated team of social media. In fact, he has brought with him our comrade Ravi Shankar, DGS of All India State Bank Officers Federation. He is amongst the audience propagating our Bank's Bachao, Desh Bachao page. Already it has nearing a following of 1 lakh page. In fact, the Bank Bachao, Desh Bachao has rightly touching the nerve and sensitization program it has embarked upon. It is not, we are cutting across the various sections to raise the concerns about the evils of the privatization, which is yielding results. Comrades, we are very privileged to have him amongst us, and I am very confident the address is going to give us vibrant and exhilarating. Sri Ajay Kumar Srivastavaji, our respected and beloved Executive Director, guest of honor for 24th Triennial. In fact, I push back my memory to 2017 when our respected ED has just entered our bank as an Executive Director. Honoring our invitation, he was there with us. He enthused us. In fact, he had been a part of the journey, not full of roses, but full of thorns. He provided the leadership to Indian Overseas Bank during the most difficult times. I think almost when he entered the bank was just under the PCA, and we have not given him comforts, we have given him only sufferings. But he took it in his right perspective and provided leadership. And thanks to his efforts and thanks to his guidance, we are proudly out of the PCA, and think and one of the foremost credits of this stupendous achievement should go to the leadership provided by our respected ED, Sri Ajay Kumar Srivastavaji. We thank him from the bottom of our hearts, and we are really privileged to have him amongst us. And I am remembered of a very vivid quote, and somebody asked, which is more important, the journey or the destination? And Pat came the reply that the best is the company. He had provided us a wonderful company, a sagacious company, a rightful direction, so that both the destinations and the journey have become very remarkable. My hearty gratitude to you, sir. We have the august presence of Madam Srimati, our respected and beloved Executive Director. She brought us a sense of great luck. Immediately after joining, we are out of the PCA. And when we went and thanked her, I said, it's you people who have done it. I have just come when that great event happened, Murli. She was there. That was the retort. She has a rich experience. She is from Canara Bank, and she has served in a various vertical, expert in all areas, including vigilance. And we are very happy to have her elegant presence amongst us. Sri R.K. Pradhan sir, our General Manager, who is handling a very complicated machinery of HR very smoothly. And he is amongst us. And as somebody said, some talk to you in free time, some free the time to talk. We have been the beneficiary of stealing much of his valuable time while taking up the causes of members. He gives a very patient ears, provides solutions. Always he believes not to win over, but to provide us comfort. He always believes in a win-win situation where both the employees and the bank stands to gain in the right perspective. We are very happy and fortunate to have his elegance presence. Comrade Mukundan, President All India Overseas Bank Employees Union, and Comrade Balaji, General Secretary All India Overseas Bank Employees Union and President National Confederation, has kindly consented to be amongst us to offer the fraternal greetings. All India Overseas Bank Employees Union, which was a cradle to me at my infant days of trade unionism. I was a regional committee member of All India Overseas Bank Employees Union, and the lessons I rightly learned from there proved to be in good stead even today. We are very fortunate to have a very understanding organization, All India Overseas Bank Employees Union, which share a very cozy and special relationship with Indian Overseas Bank Officer Association and with their members. And we are very happy and fortunate to have them amongst us to offer the fraternal greetings. Comrades, we are very fortunate to have amongst us a committee of executives of our bank who have honored our invitation, our former general secretaries and president, our former office bearers who have come here to grace the function, and it's a very gratifying to note that they have sacrificed the time and thought it fit to be to be amongst us and honor the invitation of Indian Overseas Bank Officer Association. We are very grateful to them who have. And last but not the least, the members of Indian Overseas Bank Officer Association, the proud possession of Indian Overseas Bank has turned up in large numbers. A good number of them has already, we have arranged for a webcast. A good number of them has already logged in through our website. And today, the address of the game changers of Indian Overseas Bank Association, headed by our Honorable Managing Director and Executive Directors, is going to motivate us and provide the required impetus so that all of you, when we go back, the delegates, when you go back, should disseminate the information which the leaders of Indian Overseas Bank are to disseminate amongst you today. And I am very confident that their address to you will be illuminating and guiding in the days to come. Comrades, as you all know, Indian Overseas Bank Officer Association is an organization with a difference. We have never felt our purpose is different from the bank's purpose. In fact, one concept which has been driven repeatedly by our elders, our former general secretaries and presidents, is the bigger canvas of IOB should be strong enough so that the little star of IOBOA will be shining in that canvas. Our operating philosophy has that in the vibrancy and strongness of Indian Overseas Bank lies the wellness of the members of Indian Overseas Bank. This has been the continuous drilling which had been made during the days of our training and rather Gurukulam in Indian Overseas Bank. We continue to operate on the philosophy. Never ever the concept of disruption has been in the syllabus we have ever learned. We progress with our heads, and it doesn't mean that we have a difference of perception. We have issues with the management, but one thing we always strongly believe is perseverance is the goal to achieve the desired results. Never ever we are determined. We have undergone the turbulent days, we have gone the worst of days, but never ever we have thought it fit to pull the rag and disturb the relationship. For we always believe building a relationship is very, very difficult, whereas spoiling the relationship is the easiest possible thing which anyone can do. So, perseverance as a tool in our armory, we march on. And I am very proud to say that we have had success in the tool. So far, we will be having success in the tool by using the tool in the days to come. We have never encountered any closed days to comrades, for our arguments are placed on good logic, on soundness of the bank and wealth of the bank. Never ever we have compromised on the interest of the bank, be it on various fronts, be it on vigilance management, be it on business development. In fact, when our bank was in PCA, was not able to offer any financial incentives to the members, we have unveiled a staff motivation scheme where we have dispersed a whopping amount of 37.37 lakhs to the members, to the performing team across a various spectrum of evaluation. That is the way we had stepped in. When the bank did not have funds to go in for CSR activities, we stepped in to provide the requisite CSR. In fact, we gave a van to Bala Vighar, an organization dedicated to the welfare of the less privileged children. We had that van donated to the hands of the former MD and CEO, Sri Subramania Kumar. In fact, that NGO still thinks the van is being donated only by the bank. And we are also proud of their thinking, that let them think that it is donated by, for we always have striven to uphold the flag of Indian Overseas Bank in whatever circumstances we are placed. We are determined not to compromise the interest of the Indian Overseas Bank, and with that determination we hold our head high, and our journey is on the right direction and will be on the right direction always. The threat of privatization is being met with all the stiff challenges it richly deserves, and we are determined under the banner of All India Bank Officers Confederation to abide by the calls of the organization, to pull up the socks and show the vibrancy, so that the ill-conceived moves of the government of India insofar as it relates to the privatization of the public sector and selling of the national assets is set to naught, comrades. I firmly believe in any democratic government, public opinion is the touchstone of the policy making, and we are aiming at molding of the public opinion against the ill-conceived moves of the government, and we are confident of the victory, for we are the right-thinking citizens of the country. We are determined to hold to our belief that the public sector banks, which has contributed humanly in the national building in the years to come, and the rich legacy of the PSBs which we have inherited from our elders, will be passed on in the same venom to the younger generation, which has joined the ranks of the public sector banks, reneging the career in the lucrative private sector. So many issues are there, which my other speakers will elucidate on the subject. I thank the organizers for giving an opportunity to share my thoughts on the auspicious occasion, and once again I thank all of you for turning in large numbers in making this 24th triennial a memorable one. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, sir.
चेहरे पर सतत माता सरस्वती सा तेज और मुख पर स्वयं माता का निवास। चरैवेती यही तो मंत्र है अपना, सतत प्रयत्नशील रहना। बैंक की प्रगति को ध्यान में रखते हुए प्रत्येक मेंबर का वेलफेयर कैसे हो, इसके स्वरूप हमारे बिलव्ड जनरल सेक्रेटरी। सतत प्रयत्न की प्रतिमूर्ति। हम न रुकने को चले हैं सूर्य के यदि पुत्र है तो, हम न हटने को चले हैं सरित की यदि प्रेरणा तो। चरण अंगद ने रखा है आ इसे कोई हटाए, धधकता ज्वालामुखी यह आ इसे कोई बुझाए। मृत्यु की पी कर क्षुधा हम चल पड़ेंगे ले दुधारा, बैंक भक्ति ले हृदय में हो खड़ा यदि बैंक सारा।
Dear comrades, you all are very excited to see your friends after long years, but we will give you time to speak. Now please listen to our leaders.
कॉमरेड्स, पूरे देश में विस्तारित हमारा यह प्रिय इंडियन ओवरसीज बैंक, इस बैंक में विविध प्रांत से आए हुए हम सभी इसके अनुयायी, हमारी इस इंडियन ओवरसीज बैंक परिवार के मुखिया, सभी लोग यहाँ पर हम सब यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। कोई पंजाब से, कोई महाराष्ट्र से, कोई यूपी से है तो कोई बंगाल से। तमिलनाडु की इस महान भूमि में आज हमारा यहाँ आगमन हुआ है। अब समय है हमारे चीफ गेस्ट। मुझे याद है वो क्षण जब दीपावली में मात्र 500 रुपए की एक मिठाई का अनाउंसमेंट सर के द्वारा हुआ था। सर, 500 रुपए इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं थे, लेकिन उस दिन उस मिठाई का पूजन उस दीपावली में प्रत्येक मेंबर के घर में किया गया, और उस संबल का यह स्वरूप है कि पीसीए के बाहर आने का सतत प्रयत्न हमारा चलता रहा है। Joined in the biggest bank of the country, that is SBI, as probationary officer. 3.5 decades of rich experience with SBI. Served in various capacities and in different geographies. Enriched with hands-on experience both in retail and corporate banking. Entered IOB family when we have just made net profit for a quarter. Announced a fresh start from day one and achieved profit quarter after quarter. Steer team IOB and ensure to exit from PCA. 7 वर्षों के सतत संघर्ष के पश्चात हमने वो कर दिखाया जिसे हम गर्व से कहते हैं कि असंभव कुछ नहीं। शुद्ध हृदय की प्याली में विश्वास दीप निष्कंप जलाकर कोटि कोटि पग बढ़े जा रहे, तिल तिल जीवन गला गला कर। जब तक ध्येय न पूरा होगा तब तक पग की गति न रुकेगी। आज कहे चाहे जो दुनिया, कल को झुके बिन न रहेगी। A big round of applause for our beloved MD.
A great privilege on behalf of the entire officers of IOB. May I invite our respected Managing Director and CEO to this August gathering to be our chief guest and deliver his pearls of wisdom.
IOB Zindabad!
Zindabad, Zindabad.
IOB Zindabad!
Zindabad, Zindabad.
Good evening. Today's President of the meeting, Sri Devendra Kumar, our EDs, Sri Ajay Kumar Srivastav and Madam S. Srimati, our GMHR, Sri Ravindra Kumar Pradhan, office bearers of IOB Officers Association, General Secretary Sri T. Murali Soundarajan and President Sri Bhavani Shankar Misra, office bearers of the fraternal associations, Sri S.C. Balaji from All India IOB Banks Employees Association and Sri R. Mukundam from AIBU, and the last but not the least, Sri Soumya Datta, General Secretary of AIBOC. First of all, let me extend my heartiest congratulations to all of you in this 24th Triennial Conference. Secondly, since this is the first time I am meeting physically with so many people, let me once again extend my heartiest congratulations to bring the bank out of the PCA as on 29 September 2021. It is a red letter day for the bank. We have commenced our new journey. We are taking steps forward, and we know that the glory of IOB, the rich history of IOB, will again be written in the annals of the IOB. Going forward, we all know that the steps that we are taking now on, will definitely result in good fruits, in yielding good results. This bank has a rich history. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. But some of you who have heard me on the 85th Foundation Day might find something repetitive in nature. But wherever I go, I always speak, even in my visits to the regional offices or any other place, I always speak of the rich glory of IOB, especially of our founder, Sri M. Chidambaram Chettiar. We must know that our founder was a great visionary, and not many banks in India have been established by a founder who has a vision of seeing what India would be in the next 40, 50 years. You see, in order to know him, we must know a little bit of the Chettiar community of Tamil Nadu, a little bit of the political history that was at that time prevailing in the country, and the banking developments that were taking place. So he belonged to a Chettiar community. We all know that they belong to the Karaikudi region, a community which is very rich right from old ages or from ancient days, and the community which has spread its wings not only in Tamil Nadu, but its business relations in the nearby southern countries like Sri Lanka, like Singapore, like Burma, and our Malaysia. And he belonged to that community, but that community used to trade among themselves. So it was almost a close-end community trading, and there were many indigenous bankers within that community, but again, the bills of exchanges or the hundi discounting were all limited within the community members themselves. Our founder, Sri M. Chidambaram Chettiar, was the first person who could visualize that we will now bring something which should have not only a national outlook, but also an international outlook. He came out of the conventional practices of the Chettiar community, that is to limit the trade within the community members itself. But in all the areas, he has rather introduced the concept of trading with all communities of the country. And that is why he was the first person among the Chettiars who has first established the insurance company, which is known as the United India Life Assurance Company, the first general insurance company, which is known as United India Fire and General Insurance Company, the first synthetic fiber plant known as the Travancore Ram Limited, and lastly, the first national bank with an international concept, the Indian Overseas Bank, with which we are still serving. And you see, right from day one, when the bank was established, you need to look at the political scenario. It was a time when the country has already witnessed World War I, and many of our people have died in World War I. The Great Depression came as an effect of World War I, and the economy was totally devastated. There were bank failures, and people lost the faith on banking. At that time, Mahatma Gandhi came into the freedom movement, and he started his own way of doing the Ahimsa movement, which was a great, great strength, and we just shaken the British Empire, because no one has heard of this type of movement before, by which lakhs and lakhs of people from Kashmir to Kanyakumari can be mobilized, and they can all raise their voice and with protests against the British Empire. So the demand for political independence was there, but our founder found that political independence, if we want to sustain it, if we want to continue it, we should have a strong financial system, and a strong financial system cannot happen without a strong bank with an international outlook. That was his vision. And the banking history, if you can look at, India always had some bankers. You see, community-based indigenous bankers, whether it is the Baniyas in the north, or the Chettiars in the south, or the Vaishyas in the east, they were all indigenous bankers, but they were only limited to trade within the community. And number two, banking was only limited to discounting of bills, and banking was only limited in some banks were managing the treasury of the Maharajas, the local prince and princess. With that background, when the Europeans or the British came in India, they wanted a bank of their own which could meet their need. That means more foreign trade, more foreign exchange. And British banks, they were just establishing their footprints in India with some shareholding, and the Bank of Bengal came in 1806, followed by the Bank of Bombay, then the Bank of Madras. All three got subsequently merged and became the Imperial Bank of India. During that time in the south, there was also a need for a bank, and Indian Bank was established, the first bank that was also developed with the Chettiars. But our founder believed that there is enough scope and enough space for us to actually go farther outside the country where we can do international trade, because all these trades were limited only to the European banks. With that in mind, he established the Indian Overseas Bank. We all know that 85 years ago, on February 10th, the first 3 branches were opened, and we are the only bank in the country which has opened an international bank on the day of the establishment. The first bank's 3 branches were opened in Karaikudi, that is the place where our founder lived, the second one in Madras, and the third one in Rangoon. Because of political turmoils, we have to close down our Rangoon branch. But these branches were opened only with one mindset, that we have to go forward, cannot limit our trade within the Chettiar community, number one. Number two, cannot also limit the trade within the national barriers, but we have to go and reach the international banking environment. That was the vision for opening the Indian Overseas Bank. And soon the bank had 7 branches overseas. But then again the World War II came. There were many turmoils again happening in the country. But such was the foundation of Indian Overseas Bank that Mr. Chettiar, who by virtue of the death of his father, was also a director in Indian Bank. But he has not taken any person from the Indian Bank in Indian Overseas Bank, because he knew that Indian Bank also during the formative days grew with the same mindset of employing only local people. He wanted something bigger. He wanted something national. He wanted to go international. And that is why the first CEO was appointed from Central Bank of India, Mr. Sadasivan. And later, all the CEOs were appointed from Imperial Bank of India, which is later known as the State Bank of India. And all the principal office bearers of the management, the general managers and above, were mostly taken from Imperial Bank of India, and one of them, Mr. Mudaliar, is still remembered for his immense contribution in making Indian Overseas Bank as one of the most wanted banks in those days. In fact, it is said that the manual of Indian Overseas Bank was just a modified version of the manual of Imperial Bank of India. Not only that, the books of instructions were laid down from the very first day with all do's and don'ts. The management and the directors, the board, was formed with the people of eminence, famous personalities from economics, finance, trade, industries. And the recruitment was made truly national. It was nothing that only one can come with some recommendations and can get recruited in Indian Overseas Bank. And he was not only that, he was such a pro-employee that during those days, an employee of Indian Overseas Bank, he ensured that would not get a salary less than that what a person gets in the presidency of Madras. He have introduced the rewards and recognition system by which increments, accelerated increments were granted to the performers. At the same time, there was provident fund for all the employees during those days. All the employees were covered by life insurance. During World War II, the bank has introduced a unique scheme for the employees that anyone who gets injured will get 3 months leave with full salary. Not only that, if any person dies, irrespective of the years of service he has put in the bank, his family will get a lifelong pension of 1/3 of the amount that he used to draw if he dies during the case of World War II. And after World War II, we all know that there were so many events happening, and he has just got the trust of his employees. During World War II, we all know Burma, Singapore, Malaysia, they all came under Japanese aggression. But the employees of our Rangoon branch carried the cash on their shoulders from Burma, from Rangoon to Calcutta, despite sporadic firings and despite the World War, various firings happening at various fronts. But still they carried the cash on their shoulders and kept it in Kolkata. Thus, the money of all the depositors were found safe in Indian Overseas Bank. With this vision in mind, the ground or the pillar, the foundation pillar of IOB has been established. Unfortunately, when he was just planning to expand more and he went to Jakarta to establish a bank of IOB there, on his return, he died in a plane crash at the age of 46. We lost him too young. He was only the chairman of this bank for 16 years. But within 16 years, he has put Indian Overseas Bank in the map of the country. Today, we are all proud that we are just running the show, the unfinished journey, what Mr. Chidambaram Chettiar, our great visionary and founder, has left behind. And we should be proud of our history. Not many institutions has this reach and I would say a history that one can boast of. IOB during these years, we all know that it has passed through various phases. And one more thing I just want to mention, that after the economic, I would say, some losses were there post-World War, when the country gained independence, but the country was partitioned. There was some economic debacle that was happening around the country. Mr. Chettiar, he himself said that I do not want my annual remuneration of rupees 25,000. He surrendered his annual remuneration and never took it back, though IOB gained again its financial strength after 3-4 years. But he has never sought for this 25,000 rupees remuneration from the board. So this history, we are carrying it forward. We know that many things after that has happened. The bank was nationalized. We have become more and more, I would say, national in outlook. And we have opened branches in the north, in the east, in the west. And gradually, today we are a real Indian Overseas Bank. In fact, I can say that the bank, because of its strong foundation, has retained its identity even during the merger of the banks. Today, we shall be going forward and see that what is our future. I would just like to say two more words on the future of the banking and what we are envisaging. You see, something has happened in 2014-15. I would not question the decisions behind it, but definitely the capital was not enough at that time to bear the losses that has eventually happened, and the bank went into PCA. 6 years we have been struggling to come out of the PCA. Thanks to all of you. You all toiled very hard. The grit and the gumption was there. Thanks to our customers who have not deserted us during that period and continued to support us. Thanks to all our stakeholders who remained with us, and for that reason we have all come out of the PCAs. IOB has some unique strength, I can say, and one of them is definitely a very good customer service compared to many other banks. Even as MD and CEO, I always go and look at the customer complaints, but I find that complaints relating to misbehavior, complaints relating to deficiency in service, complaints relating to non-attending the customer's request, they are very few. In fact, this strength, we must take it forward. In fact, this is, I would say, even when I go to my parent bank, also SBI, I always speak of these things because I was also heading one of the circles in SBI, and your GS of AIBUC, Sri Somodatta, he knows me from my probation days. In fact, we are of the same batch and are very good friends. But this strength, you see, what will be the result if we don't get the customers or the new age customers in our bank? Today's customers don't like to visit the branch. The new generation has a different language. They speak through the social media. They speak very short and crisp. They write answers even in the exams in objective ways, not like us, 10 pages for one answer. And their thinking, their thought process is much, much matured than what we used to think when we were of that age. We never thought of any other thing other than keeping money in the banks. But here, the new generation, they explored the various financial instruments. They explored the various financial what opportunities, and accordingly they decide that whether they would keep the money in the bank or in those instruments. So two things, they will not come to you, so we need to develop our outreach strength. Number two, they demand some products, and we have to develop products which may suit their requirement. And today's, the entire world is moving toward digitalization. For 6 years in PCA, we could not invest in staff recruitment, we could not invest in branch expansion, we could not invest in actually remodification of our assets. So there are many, I would say, restrictions were imposed. But now we have come out of the PCA, we need to look forward, and we need to look or need to catch the market, the ecosystem very fast. We have started the process of digitalization. It is a huge, huge venture. I just want to tell you that this digitalization process is going to change the entire system of delivery, the entire system of processing a loan application, the entire system of giving the disbursements to the customer, loan recovery, even opening of new accounts. Today, this digitization process will result in office automation, in analytics-based lending, and also a cloud computation by which all these desk servers and all these information that are being stored now in servers will move to the cloud, a completely new regime. The only plus point I find in IOB is that my people are still young and you are agile and you are receptive to all these changes. My request is that you should all adapt these changes as quickly as possible so that we can be called a banker of the new generation. We are now ready with many products which you soon see that within next 2-3 months are being rolled out. A combination of various products, a combination of various processes by which the delivery would become fast, by which we will create a very good corporate memory. But all these things, the success will depend on you. You see, when I joined also, because of the PCA, it has definitely lowered the morale of many of our employees. And that was the feedback I was also receiving from various angles. We are now trying to catch up. During the COVID days, we have tried to give you lot many benefits which can be compared to any other bank. And now 2 major things have already taken place. The first one is the new furniture policy. The second one is the increase in the lease rate accommodations. So these two apart, I can tell you that we are soon working, and once the board approves, a lot many welfare measures would be declared which would benefit right from the messenger to the general managers of the bank. One thing I would just like to share, and that I always share you during all my deliberations and my concern also. I must thank IBOC, AIBOC, IOBA, IOBEA and all unions, AIBU and all others, that this time whatever they have achieved for the bankers has never been achieved during my 35 years in the past. Apart from the good increase in salary, in fact, I was just telling to many of my friends jokingly that better I would have remained a DMD, a Deputy Managing Director in State Bank of India. I would have got at least 40-50,000 more than what I am getting as MD of a bank. So apart from the increase in salary, there's one thing, the PLI, that is the personal incentives. Up to 15 days, you all can get provided your operating profit increases by 15%. And last year, you all have got it. But it should be continued year after year. It should not be like this, that one year we have got because the bank has come out of losses and made profits, but the bank is not capable of maintaining it. This year, up to second quarter, it was going on quite well. But as much of the profits were coming from volatile resources, like the treasury income, which depends on the market interest, for that the third quarter has shown a dip in the operating profit. You all have to make it up in the fourth quarter. That is my request, and that is a challenge for you all, that you must work hard and see that whatever the other income for the bank can be booked, must be booked immediately. Whatever the loans to be disbursed must be disbursed immediately. No income leakage should happen in any front. So this is a challenge, and I want that you all should get the PLI for this year also. Going forward, I can only tell you that the opportunity is immense for this bank. This bank was considered as one of the best banks in I would say only during our services only. I can share, even Somodatta will also endorse, that when we joined the bank, in many regional level meetings, the performance review meetings, we are told that how come Indian Overseas Bank come first, second and third in the Camel rating, and you state bankers, you are always at 13th, 14th. At that time, there were 28 PSU banks. So almost SBI was ranked 14th, 15th, whereas IOB always used to come in the first, second, and third in the RBI Camel's rating. So that was our legacy. Today, with the change in technology, you see, because of the 6 years, we could not invest much. So in the East parameters, we are little behind. Not little behind, we are rather behind. So we have taken the steps. It should be a challenge for you that in the East parameters also, we should come in the first, second, third in another 5-6 months. So those steps are being taken at central office. I would request you that you adapt to those changes as quickly as you can, and all of us should work for this institution. At the last, I must thank IOBA, the Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association, for inviting me, because I see as an opportunity to address almost 2,000 people in front of me, which under no forum I would get this opportunity. And also the principle which I really endorse and which I really take it in my heart, behind which our AIBOC has been formed, that is nation first, organization next, and individual last. We must preach and practice this principle, then we will be a true member of our association and also a true employee and dedicated worker for our organization. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Please give a standing ovation. Thank you, sir, for being with us on the first hand and also for acknowledging the customer service of the field level staff. And also thank you that you have reminded us about our proud legacy and about our visionary founder. And I promise you that this team of IOB and IOBOA will never let you down, sir. We as a team will achieve more as a new gen bank. Thank you once again.
कॉमरेड्स, एक बहुत विनम्र प्रार्थना करना चाहता हूं, एक बहुत मार्मिक अपील है पीछे बैठे हुए सभी कॉमरेड्स से। कृपया शांति से इस बात को सुनिए। मित्रों, हमारा व्यवहार हमारा व्यक्तित्व का आईना है। हम कैसे हैं यह हमारा व्यवहार दर्शाता है। आज मंच पर हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व बैठा हुआ है, चाहे वो मैनेजमेंट हो चाहे वो एसोसिएशन हो। ये दोनों पक्ष वो पक्ष है जिनके साथ दिन प्रतिदिन हमारा प्रत्यक्ष या परोक्ष रूप से संबंध आता है। आज दोनों हमारे कर्तव्य और हमारा अधिकार हमसे बात करने यहां पर बैठा हुआ है। आप सभी से सविनम्र प्रार्थना है, यहां इको का प्रॉब्लम है, आपकी हल्की सी खुसफुसाहट भी यहां विघ्न डाल रही है। ये मौका कोविड को लड़ने के बाद 5 साल बाद आया है, जब मंच पर हमारा शीर्ष नेतृत्व बैठा हुआ है। आप सभी से सविनम्र प्रार्थना है, मार्मिक अपील है कि कार्यक्रम की गरिमा को बनाए रखें और हम उन्हें सुने जिन्हें सुनने हम कई दूर किलोमीटर से आए हैं। भोजन की व्यवस्था कार्यक्रम के पश्चात भी बनी रहेंगी। बात करने की व्यवस्था होटल में की गई है। धन्यवाद। स्वामी विवेकानंद, रामकृष्ण परमहंस, बाबू अरविंद घोष, विपिन चंद्र पाल, सचिंद्रनाथ सान्याल, ऐसे बंगालों की वीरों की भूमि बंगाल, इसके 2 बेटे, हमारे आईओबी के सर्वे सर्वा हमारे एमडी और आईबॉक के जनरल सेक्रेटरी कॉमरेड सौम्या दत्ता। बंगाल की भूमि के इन दोनों बेटों के लिए एक जोरदार तालियों का उत्सव होना चाहिए, ऐसी आपसे प्रार्थना है। एक जगह हमारा कर्तव्य है जो सतत हमें यह बताते रहता है कि बैंक की प्रगति के लिए हमें क्या करना है। दूसरी जगह हमारा अधिकार है जो हमें सदा सचेत करते रहता है कि अधिकार ये किसी भी तरह से कर्तव्यों से गौण नहीं हो सकता। ये दोनों प्रतिमूर्ति आज इस मंच पर उपस्थित है। साथ ही उपस्थित है हमारे ऑनरेबल प्रेसिडेंट, हमारे ऑनरेबल जनरल सेक्रेटरी।
Now it's our pleasure to invite the one and only leader of leaders, a well-known and well-respected trade unionist across the banking fraternity, a leader instrumental in steering the wage revision negotiation applicable to all grades up to general manager, and took it to the finale wherein all parties signed the settlement on 11/11/2020. Known for his severe nature and wisdom, simplicity and sincerity, accessible to all, pet to Gen Next and savor to seniors, a true trade unionist who prefers struggle to sluggishness. It is none other than our comrade Soumya Datta, the General Secretary of AIBOC, our parent organization, the largest trade union of officers in the country. Comrades, his race with IOBOA came at the time when the idea of privatization of banks was mooted by the central government. So for him, it was the baptism by fire. The slogan of Bank Bachao, Desh Bachao is his brainchild, and this FB page or message has become viral, transcending all geographical borders. Interestingly, it would be inappropriate on my part if I don't mention that IBOC sponsored massive campaign against privatization has borne results for the time being. May I remind one and all that the bill on privatization, which was supposed to be tabled in the parliament during the winter session of parliament, was deferred. Please give him a big round of applause for his efforts. I am sure that the crusade will continue in the coming days too under his able leadership. He is a friend, philosopher and guide to many budding trade union leaders. Sir, may I please request you to invite to deliver the keynote address.
IOBOA Zindabad!
Zindabad, Zindabad.
IOBOA Zindabad!
Zindabad, Zindabad.
IBOC Zindabad!
Zindabad, Zindabad.
जय घोष की कमी है IBOC जिंदाबाद
Zindabad, Zindabad.
कॉमरेड सौम्या दत्ता जिंदाबाद
Zindabad, Zindabad.
कॉमरेड मुरली जिंदाबाद
Zindabad, Zindabad.
Very good evening, comrades. Today's anchors, Nikhil and Jyoti. Respected chief guest of the meeting, MD and CEO of Indian Overseas Bank, the chairman of the inauguration reception committee, my president, your general secretary, Comrade Murali Soundararajan, President Comrade Bhavani Shankar Misra, distinguished guests, both the EDs, Ajay ji and Madam Srimati. Of course, Madam Srimati happened to be in State Bank for a brief tenure as CVO. Comrade Mukundan and Comrade Balaji, other leaders of IOBOA, the esteemed seniors and comrades who have assembled from across nooks and corners of the country in the city of Chennai for the 24th Triennial Conference of Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association, which has been over the years the think tank of All India Bank Officers Confederation. So many seniors are there, doyens of the movement, from Comrade Acharya, Comrade J.D. Sharma, Comrade Anand Kumar. I'm missing my dear friend Srinu, and a host of other delegates, my AIBC comrades, Comrade Shekharan, Comrade, if I'm not mistaken, Amarnath, comrades from SBIOA, and all of the other guests. It's a privilege for me to be here at Chennai on 26th of February 2022 to address your meeting, to share the concerns, and of course, to share the stage with none other than the MD and CEO of the bank, who happened to join State Bank of India on the very same day. We happened to grow up together, and when his name was announced as MD and CEO, I felt a tinge of sadness, because what was lost of State Bank of India was the gain of Indian Overseas Bank. I told myself, happy days are here again for the bank, and he has turned it around. He had come to the bank, and if my memory goes right, memory serves me right, on 29th of September 2021, IOB came out of PCA. And it was a day when I sent him a message that you have vindicated the trust reposed on you to turn around one of the best performing banks of the country. A flagship, a torchbearer of public sector banks, Indian Overseas Bank, which was being talked about in the media, that the first target to be privatized. I never said anywhere, we have fought against privatization, we have never fought. When somebody said that, is IOB going to be privatized? I said, if IOB is going to be privatized, tomorrow State Bank of India will be privatized. So let us fight the privatization menace together. I am not concerned about individual X, Y, Z banks. Our mission is to thwart privatization. Coming to Comrade Murali, I've been endowed, I've been blessed, having had a partner in progress. I've had the opportunity to have 4 presidents during my tenure, from Comrade Dilip Saha, Comrade Debashish Ghosh, Comrade Sunil Kumarji, and Comrade Murali. All of them have provided me valuable inputs and guidance. It was the vision of Comrade Dilip Da, Comrade Debashish Da, and Comrade Sunil Kumarji. When we fought inch by inch, we did not even yield an inch, while clinching the best ever salary revision by signing the 8th joint note on 11th of November 2020. Almost every officer, irrespective of grade, for the first time in the history, Comrade Acharya will definitely agree to my statement, that got a hike of 15%. The hike of 15% was given to almost each and every officer. We added 2 allowances on the left-hand component. All the left-hand component side of the salary slip has been achieved by the struggle of our eminent predecessors. And we could achieve 2 more components on that. One was the location allowance, one was the learning allowance, which carried DA. And we also clinched, we paved the way for the settlement of family pension, which brought a beacon of hope to the sufferings of hundreds of thousands of family pensioners who were suffering. For the first time, the pension of family pensions were revised without a cap of 30% of the last on pay. This was achieved by the dint of our struggle. On 21st of December 2018, we wrote history. We added a chapter of glorious history in the annals of the history of All India Bank Officers Confederation by going on a solo strike. When AIBOC called a strike asking for the mandate, asking for honorable and respectable salary revision, and we proved to the country, we proved to the government, we proved to everybody that AIBOC has the strength to go it alone. And we did it. But we believe in collective functioning. That is why we moved forward, and finally our struggle paid off when on 11th of November we finally signed the joint note. Now IOB has been prospering under the visionary leadership. As major stakeholder, IOBOA has been playing a role. Comrade Murali and his entire team has been playing a role in fulfilling the chair MD and CEO's dream to be the banker of the new generation. His vision, the thoughts that he have put in, the hours that he have put in, relentless hours that he has put in, will pay dividends, but it cannot be achieved by one man only. It has to be, his vision has to be supported by all major stakeholders. I'm certain all the stakeholders has been supporting him. And as I said, happy days are back again. Now, coming to the movement that Comrade Murali said, Comrade Jyoti said, we have been fighting the menace of privatization. We know that our movement has Bank Bachao, Desh Bachao. We knew when the bill was not moved in the monsoon session of the parliament, that tomorrow it could be placed. And we had to think out something that would thwart the government. So we conceptualized the movement, a mass movement, Bank Bachao, Desh Bachao. And on 24th of November, we started a journey from Calcutta. Comrade Murali started a journey from Mumbai so that we could reach Delhi on 29th. And on the second day of the parliament session, we would hold a mass meeting at Jantar Mantar, when the capital will resonate with our slogan, Bank Bachao, Desh Bachao. When we started the journey from Calcutta on 24th of November, journalists, a lot of media people had gathered in front of our bus. one journalist asked me a question. Are you sure that you can reach Delhi? What he meant was that, do you fear of getting arrested? So I replied in 5 words. Rok sake to rok lo. And we crisscrossed Jharkhand, Bihar. We crisscrossed across Uttar Pradesh, addressing villagers, addressing farmers, retired people, pensioners, salaried people. And when we finally reached Delhi, on 30th of November at Jantar Mantar, I said, picture abhi baki hai. If the bill is placed, that bill that was listed, if it was to be placed, I sent out a strong challenge to the government. We will be campaigning in UP. We will be campaigning in Gujarat. We will be campaigning in Punjab. That no vote to BJP if this bill was passed. Fortunately, the government relented. IOBOA had called a 2-day strike, which was a resounding success. When I came back to Calcutta, after 3 weeks, the same journalist, we met at a function. He asked me, so you managed to finally reach Delhi? Where is Swati? Is Swati somewhere? When that same journalist asked me, so you finally managed to reach Calcutta? So once again, I came out with another dialogue. This one is for Swati. Pushpa, AIBOC झुकेगा नहीं. So that was the spirit, with the euphoria we generated. The euphoria we generated during the Bank Bachao Desh Bachao movement, that Bharat Yatra, we knew that nothing was impossible. If we keep our flock together, if we can fight, even this government which enjoys a brute majority of 302 in the Lok Sabha, this government will blink and take notice. So this is the mission before us. The public sector banks are doing exceedingly well. On the other hand, you look at the private sector banks. Look at what has happened to Yes Bank. What has happened to IndusInd Bank, who fudged their balance sheet. IndusInd Bank had fudged their balance sheet. When a subsidiary owned by them, they made all the accounts standard by some technical. They admitted that it was a technical glitch. Bank after bank is under attack. Only the public sector banks, once again, they are rising up like phoenix. They will rise up as phoenix, because it is only the public sector that can sustain this country. Look what is happening in Ukraine. 28,000 Indian students are unable to get back. Had Air India been the national carrier, the Air India surely would have ferried the students back. They would not have to pay 70,000 or 1 lakh for a return journey back home. This is what the PPP model is all about. The public pays for private. That is the mantra of the government. Air India was bought by taking loans from public sector banks. And we have the national monetization pipeline. I do not know what tanks are being, filled. The coffers of the Adanis and Amdanis will be filled at the cost of public. The general public may not be aware of the significance of privatization. For them, if the defense sector is privatized, nothing, they are not, it is not a matter to me. Hamara kya hai? If tomorrow insurance is privatized, aam aadmi kahega, public will say, it does not matter to me. If the oil sector is privatized, at first they will say, it does not matter to me. When the subsidy for cooking gas, when it has been withdrawn, they understand it is pinching their pockets. When BSNL and MTNL are being killed, public say, humse kya hai? But when the data charges went up from 599 to 799, it is pinching their pockets. But tomorrow, if the banks are privatized, the general public, they feel that their money will no longer be safe. Whatever Modi ji says, we will provide you 5 lakh insurance cover. General public will come out on the streets to revolt. And we have to ignite that fire in them. We have to take that narrative tomorrow that 5 lakh is just an eyewash. If tomorrow a bank shuts down, you will not be able to withdraw money. You will not be able to get your daughter married off. You will not be able to provide money for your parents' sickness. That is the challenge before us. At this August body, we are running a Facebook campaign, Bank Bachao, Desh Bachao page. Our volunteers are approaching each and every comrade. It is my humble appeal to join this page. When you work in branches, make customers join this page. When we next go on agitation, our agitation would be supported by farmers, by the students, by the workers, by the self-help groups. What we demonstrated in Calcutta on the 2-day strike when we were picketing in front of State Bank of India local head office branch, the media came and said, this 2-day strike, you have caused inconvenience to the people. Then I told them, kindly focus your camera to the other side of the direction. And it was found that over 500 self-help group ladies, they had assembled. They said it is our strike because if tomorrow banks are privatized, we will not be getting cheap loans from the bank. हमको सस्ती बैंकिंग चाहिए. हमारा जो धनराशि है वो हमको सुरक्षित चाहिए. हमको सोशल जस्टिस चाहिए. We want reservation for SC, ST, OBCs. We want cheap loans. We want deposits. अगर 40 crore Jan Dhan account है, if 40 crore Jan Dhan account, if banks are privatized, where will they go? Will they be able to step into those so-called efficient private sector banks? They will be driven away. They will be driven away from these banks because they will not be denied the fundamental right of banking. That is what we are for. So let us all, my appeal to all comrades, on this 24th triennial conference of IOBOA, let us take a pledge that if the banking bill is again tabled, we will fight every inch. We will fight every single day what the farmers have shown to the country, what that a democratic agitation can achieve, what the streets can undo, what the parliament can do. With that vision in mind, let us unite, let us jointly fight it out. It is not a question of 8 lakh bank employees and officers. It's a fight of the people, by the people, for the people. That is why our movement, Bank Bachao, Desh Bachao, has to succeed. On that note, I wish this 24th triennial conference an outstanding success. At the end of it, you will be electing a new body. But with one thought in mind, we have to protect the public sector character of the country. We have to fight for the rights of the common people. And IOBOA will take lead. Let this conference show the way. Let the conference ignite a fire in each of you. When you go back to your respective areas, you will lead the battle against privatization. So on that note, if I can get that response from you, when I shout the slogan, Bank Bachao!
Desh Bachao!
Bank Bachao!
Desh Bachao!
Bank Bachao!
Desh Bachao!
All India Bank Officers Confederation, Zindabad!
Zindabad! Zindabad!
Thank you, comrades.
बैंक बचाओ देश बचाओ के प्रणेता हमारे अस्तित्व पर जब प्रश्न चिन्ह उठा, वो अस्तित्व जिससे नीचे से लेकर क्लरिकल, ऑफिसर, एग्जीक्यूटिव, जिसका सीधा संबंध है, उनकी तिलमिलाहट से जो तिलमिला उठा, जिसने आवाज दी, ऐसे हमारे नेता प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ आईबॉक एंड जनरल सेक्रेटरी ऑफ आईबॉक भारत यात्रा के साथ में पूरे देश से बस यात्रा निकालते हुए, जन जन में ये अलख जगाते हुए और सरकार को डंके की चोट पर ये बताते हुए कि बैंक बेचना पाप है। इस यात्रा को आपने वो तस्वीर देखी होंगी जब बस को बाजू में रोककर बाजू में एक नाश्ता करते हुए कॉमरेड सौम्या दत्ता, साथ में कॉमरेड मुरली, वो त्याग की प्रतिमूर्ति, सरकार को डंके की चोट पर ललकारने वाले, रावी की रवानी बदलेगी, सतलज का मुहाना बदलेगा, गर शौक में तेरे जोश रहा, हर तस्वीर का जामा बदलेगा, बेदार न हो, बेगार न हो, अब हर फसाना बदलेगा, कुछ तुम बदलो, कुछ हम बदले, तब ये जमाना बदलेगा। कॉमरेड सौम्या दत्ता आगे बढ़ो, कॉमरेड मुरली आगे बढ़ो, बैंक बचाओ,
देश बचाओ,
बैंक बचाओ,
देश बचाओ। Dear comrades, in between our Madam Uma Maheshwari GM is retiring after a long unblemished service, after a long years. So she was a pillar of support to IOBOA, and we request Madam to please come to the dais. Madam Uma Maheshwari, IOBOA wish to honor and thank Madam for the yeoman services rendered. Thank you, Madam, for being with us. May I request ED Madam, Srimati Madam, to kindly honor Madam Uma Maheshwari with a shawl and memento. It's a proud moment. Dear friends, please give a big round of applause and a standing ovation for her long-lasting, unblemished service of IOB and IOBOA. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Comrades, now this is the time for the address by our guests of honor. An elegant executive of the top management joined IOB family a week prior to our 23rd Triennial Conference during October 2017. Traveled with us and motivated us during the most difficult part of our journey towards exit PCA. Never disowned or quit the task of turnaround, but always shown the right path of our goal. In a span of 27 years, exhibited hard work in various capacities in different parts of the country, both in the field and administrative office. An executive who has the distinction of having successfully led the largest and most critical areas of UP, Gujarat and Delhi. Excelled in handling various portfolios in our bank, which include agriculture and rural initiatives, retail banking, credit support services, credit monitoring, treasury, which is domestic as well as foreign, operations, international banking, planning, boarding service, law, compliance, inspection, credit card, and old and presently HRMD. Our beloved, respected Shri Ajay Kumar Srivastav. रिव्यू के समय आते ही साथ सर का सतत प्रयत्न रहता है कि बैंक की प्रगति के लिए किस प्रकार से आपको समर्थन देना होगा। कर्म पथ पर इस प्रखर तरफ फूल भी है, शूल भी है। बैंक की प्रगति के लिए फूल भी मिलेंगे, शूल भी मिलेंगे। कुछ लोग साथ आएंगे तो कई लोग आपके प्रतिकूल रहेंगे। तालियां भी मिलेंगी, गालियां भी मिलेंगी, लेकिन बैंक फर्स्ट है, ये बात को हमें सतत ध्यान रखना है। कर्म पथ पर इस प्रखर तरफ फूल भी है, शूल भी है। अल्पजन अनुकूल है पर सैकड़ों प्रतिकूल भी है। तालियों की टूट है पर गालियां भरपूर इस पर। संकटों के शैल शत शत मोह भ्रम के मूल भी है। किंतु सुख दुख में सदा ही एक सी अभिनंदनाले। चल रहे हैं हम निरंतर चिर विजय की कामना ले। आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑनरेबल ईडी टू स्टार्ट द स्पीच।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। Respected MD and CEO, Mr. Sen Gupta, my colleague on the board, Madam Srimati, GMHR, Mr. Pradhan, Mr. Soumya Datta, General Secretary IBOA, our own Mr. Murli, Mr. Mishra, Mr. Mukundan, Mr. Balaji, Mr. Devendra Kumar, colleagues, fellow IOBians, retired and present both, serving both, and friends. I am the only one, I think, sitting on the dais other than association members who participated in last triennial conference also. I think I was hardly 10-15 days old in the system, and then this triennial conference happened, and I happened to participate in that also. Since then, many things have changed. All of you know, those days were bad days. We were in PCA, we were making losses. And after 4 years, I will say that a lot of water has flown under the bridge. And many things have improved. Many things have improved. And we are out of PCA, we are booking handsome profit. And credit goes to all of you who are here, those who are not here also. Entire 23,000 employees of the bank, they all struggled, they all contributed, and that is how we reached that stage. So the celebration we really deserve, and we can clap for ourselves. The second thing, which I would like to say is that many things have changed, of course, but some of the things still have not changed. And that is cause of concern. 2-3 critical issues I will raise since I have got this opportunity to interact with people coming from nook and corner of the country. 2 things have distinctly not changed. I will say one is quantitative and other is qualitative. Quantitative thing first, I will not go into the figure much, but in 2018 or 17 when I joined the bank, our gross credit was 1,50,000 crores. As on date, we are 1,48,000 crore. So after 4 and 4.5 years, credit has not grown. That is one part, that is quantitative. And qualitative is that last 6 years we were in PCA, but even after coming out of PCA, that mindset has not changed. Most of our people are still in that mode of PCA, and I think that we have got accustomed to that narrow type of banking which was imposed on us during the time of PCA, and we got extremely comfortable in that. That mindset is still continuing, and our people, I will say the zeal, the enthusiasm with which our people are supposed to participate and contribute in the growth story of the bank, that is still not there. So far we have managed, last 8 quarters we have booked profit, despite credit almost being stagnant, but going forward it will be a challenge. And going forward it will be a challenge because of 2 reasons. Growth is necessary, we all know. One, for obvious reasons, that we are a commercial organization and we need to grow and we need to participate and contribute in the growth of the country. And that is one part which is, of course, does not require any explanation. The second thing is that, and which I would like youngsters to listen to it more carefully. The second thing is that growth is necessary because it will ensure your own growth. Why I will say? Out of staff strength, officers, staff strength in scale 3, 4, 5, one interesting data I would like to share. In scale 4, we are having almost 500 officers. How growth is needed for your individual growth? I will take 2 minutes in that. 350 officers in scale 4 are there who are going to retire after 2030, many youngsters. And almost 200 scale 4 officers are there who are going to retire after 2040. And the last retirement is going to be in 2049. So we are having a young lot of scale 4 officers who, of course, will be looking forward to ensure your career growth in the ranks of AGMs, GM and AGM, DGM and GM. So this is the age group of scale 4 which we are having. In scale 5, we are having 99 AGMs who are going to retire after 2030. And 16 are going to retire after 2040. And for DGMs, 17 DGMs are there who are going to retire after 2030. Last retirement being in 2039. So this is the age profile mostly of scale 4, 5, 6. And I do not know how many of you know is that there is a system for calculation of vacancy in the bank formulated by the Government of India. It was last circularized or decided by the DFS in 2016, which says that for every 20,000 crores of additional business, you will get 1 GM post. And then GM, DGM, AGM is in that ratio 1:3:9. Means if we are increasing business by 20,000 crores, bank will get 1 additional post of GM, 3 posts of DGM and 9 posts of AGM. So AGM, DGM and GM level promotions are linked to business growth. And that is where comes the benefit, or I will say the well-being of all the officers. If the age group of our officers is like this, we are having so many young officers, and business growth is not happening, branches are still in that PCA mode, branch managers are still finding comfort in that pre-PCA era type of functioning, then this business growth is not going to happen. So what will happen? The entire pipeline will be blocked. Another 2 years, there will be GMs in the bank who will be retiring after 12 years, 14 years, 15 years. There will be no vacancy at the post of GM. Same will follow for DGMs and AGMs. So if business is not growing, growth is not happening for the bank, the career progression will also not happen. And you must remember and realize that the career growth, the individual growth and bank growth, that goes hand in hand, that goes together. Bank is not growing, system is not growing, but my growth will happen, it never happens. But in IOB it did happen as an exception between 2015 to 2019 or 20, when being in PCA, despite being no growth, people got promoted. That was an extraordinary situation. Bank was there, of course, because PCA 5 years, loss 5 years. That was an extraordinary situation, and that happened. But now, since we are back to normal, normalcy is restored, we have started booking profit, our parameters are at par with the best in the industry. Going forward, this type of functioning is not going to help, and that is going to harm your career progression. And I do believe, honestly, I do believe that anyone who joined the bank as an officer, he has that dream, that desire to reach at the top. That I think most of the officers, in our time also it was there, I also aspired to be a GM in the bank. Of course, by God's grace, I am standing here and talking as GD. But I think that career progression, that desire is that is there in everyone's mind. Let us think over this. I just wanted to flag this issue that going forward after 2 years, it is going to be difficult if we are not growing, and that is how the way we are functioning at branch level, that needs to change, that needs improvement. Second critical thing I would like to discuss is transfers. It's a contentious issue, but still, from management side, since I got this opportunity, I would like to share some of the experiences, some of the facts. When we joined bank as an officer, whether earlier it was through BSRB, now it is through IBPS, at the time of application itself, we know that it's an all India job, and this job will require transfer. We know that. Despite that, we appear for the test, we appear for the interview, we get selected, and we join very happily after celebrating that, yes, I have got the job in a bank as an officer. That mindset after joining, of course, I understand that transfers are having their own issues, own problem, but since it touches the life of everyone and everyone's family also, I would like to share these things, that when we have willingly accepted to join the bank and accepted to work as a bank officer, we should be ready to be posted anywhere in the country. In IOB, our case is different, slightly different from other banks. We are having 60-65% of the branches in South. We are having 60% manpower from North, where branches are very less. And to strike a balance, transfers happen, and in all other banks it happens. Wherever genuine issues are there, I can understand many women employees are there and their issues are there. Wherever genuine issues are there and it reaches us, GMHR is also sitting here, and we do take a call and try to address that situation. That is one part. But having said this, everyone knows that everyone cannot be accommodated. And once you join the bank, we are sure that no one can continue at a center till his retirement. So transfers are part of your life. Let us accept it. But the second thing which is more critical is that we get so many outside influences, and that is what I wanted to flag. Every day, both the EDs, MD, GMHR, we get calls from bureaucrats, MPs, MLAs, from anywhere in the country. And every day, 5 to 6 calls we get. What I want to say is that all those requests, whatever you make, whether it actually gets transferred into action or you get that relief, I am not sure. Generally, it does not happen that way. Genuine issues, as I said in the beginning, it is taken care of, and we do take care, and in future also we'll keep taking care of that. But these outside influences are going to impact your career progression in future. That is what I wanted to convey from here, because all those references, outside references, it is getting recorded in your CV. And at the time of next promotion or at the time of overseas posting or at the time of any overseas training or any good thing, that fact will be recorded in the biodata and that will be available for the interview committee or the management to see. And beyond that, I do not want to say, what impact it can be. My request, my suggestion to all my friends is that please move out of this mentality. Genuine issues are there. You please get in touch with the department. We will take care of that. But bringing outside influences not only tarnishes the reputation of the bank, but it belittles you also in the eyes of the person to whom you are going for making this request. Please think over this and try not to bring outside influence on the management. These two things I wanted to address, and all of us know that bank is changing, digital transformation is happening, so many steps have been taken for transition. My request to all of you is that the only solution, the first part which I address as business growth, the only solution is that let us do our job properly. Whatever is expected of us, let us do justice to that. If you are a branch manager, do justice to your role. If you are a second line in the branch manager, do justice to whatever is expected of you. If you are a regional manager, as regional manager, whatever you are supposed to do that and do that sincerely. At central office, I can assure you that we are trying to do justice to our job. So many things have been done in the recent past. MD Mr. Sen Gupta explained the facts, whatever we have done for the employees and many things are in pipeline and we are going to do that also. But give us that ground on which we can take these decisions. If system is not growing, growth is not happening, it weakens our position also. Many things we want to do, but for that we need support of the branches of the field. I hope that this message which we are trying to send across through all of you who are present here, it will reach to the last mile, to the last people in the branch, and things will start improving. I will like to place on record my sincere thanks and appreciation, and I would like to acknowledge the contribution and support of our association people, the association and its leadership. We keep on engaging at regular intervals, and the genuine issues are always taken care of by the department or central office. It's always there. It's always there. And I do hope that the messages which we are getting from people sitting at dais, that we will take in right stride and work for the betterment of the bank. I will thank association once again for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to express my views here. Thank you everyone. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that analysis of individual growth along with the bank's growth. We know to grow together, sir. Thank you so much for that inspiring words. And I request my dear comrades to please be seated. Please come onto the hall. Many are moving out. Please come to the hall. I request you once again, please be seated and listen to our leaders. Now, 34 years of banking career with experience across various verticals, which include operations, credit, HR, and risk management. Exposure in vigilance administration as CVO of SBI, Bank of Baroda, New India Assurance Company, and NABARD. Joined our IOB family at the right time as a booster to develop our confidence for sustainability to step out of PCA. An ever-smiling motherly figure who keeps our hopes alive. Her granular analysis during the review meetings is already making waves pan-India. May I now please request Madam S. Srimati, our Executive Director, to address the gathering.
The esteemed dignitaries on the dais, the senior executives of IOB, and my special mention about the seniors and the retired officers of IOB, and all my dear IOBian friends, a very, very good evening to all of you all. Of course, I am excited, extremely glad to have got this opportunity, which I deem it both a privilege and an honor, to be present in front of you, as our MD sir said, the first time ever that I get to stand before such a huge gathering officer community of IOB. But I'm also aware that after having heard our veteran leaders, the electrifying speech of Soumya Dattaji and our MD and EDs, and especially at this part of the day when the canteen outside is more inviting than the speech here, I would rather share a few thoughts before I wind up the day. Our Joshila Nikhil was again and again talking about raising a slogan, बैंक बचाओ देश बचाओ. देश बचने के लिए हमें बैंक बचाना है, और ये लेकिन ये बैंक बचाएंगे कौन? आप सब और हम सब. This combination, the rare combination of the brains, the leadership, cutting across verticals, the leaders from the management, the leaders from the association, the leaders from the employees union, the seniors, the past and the present, the comrades, the rank and file and the cadre. When we all stand together, when we raise our hands together, join our hands together, that is when we are going to save our bank, the banking industry, and the country at large. To all my seniors, the retired officers who are here, sir, the bank we hold today is a bank that you nurtured, you developed. We deem it our duty and our endeavor to pass on the baton to our successors in a more healthier, more developed, more stronger bank than that we got. That is the aim that all of us have today. Soumya Dattaji was specifically talking about the concern, the danger that we have about privatization. Maybe I will be sharing a slightly an unconventional concern that I feel is going to be there tomorrow. The competition is not against another bank. The competition is not against another public sector bank, not even against our private sector bank. The competition is going to be against an unknown competitor. We don't know who's going to snatch the business from us. Just the other day I was reading a statistics about the UPI payments in the country, where we have touched 1 billion more transactions. But do you know, are you all aware which bank is having the highest share, or which organization or which institution has contributed the maximum? Any guess? Any guess? Is it the public sector bank? Is it a private sector bank? Is it a committee of the banks all together? No. 90% of the transactions have come from the invisible, unseen payment banks. Majority of the transactions have happened through your Paytm, your Google Pay, your Phone Pay, your Bharat Pay, or every other thing. So who exactly is our competition? Where exactly is our concern? When Mr. Murali was talking to me maybe a couple of weeks back about this particular date that is fixed for the function, he was expressing worrying about what is going to be the situation, whether the COVID situation is going to worsen or is going to get better, whether I'm going to have, what is the number I'm looking at, what is the scale at which I'm going to do function. He was expressing a little bit of diffidence. That is the diffidence we have today. 2 years back, none of us knew the COVID would play this havoc. Maybe 10 days before, none of us knew two countries can give a war cry as it is today. None of us ever thought a yogi could play a major role in corporate governance. Today we are staring at a situation when we do not know what our future is. What is going to hit us from where, when? In that situation, what is it that we need to do? More so when there is a huge generational gap that is developing and the gap is widening by the day. The seniors who are there in the senior positions, as maybe the GMs or the EDs or MDs, we are all of us have maybe a few months or a couple of years to retire. The majority of the staff are in their 30s, many in 20s and many in their 40s. The leisurely pace at which we learnt work, it took us a good 2 decades to take the 2 or 3 promotions. We had the luxury of learning at leisure, learning in depth, moving slowly and keeping ourselves safe and the bank safe. The youngsters do not have that luxury today. The youngsters need to work at, start your car at 4th gear or 5th gear. That's the journey that you all have. You all may not have that type of seniors, superiors sitting with you in the branch or in your office who can handhold you, teach you the basics, take you along. All the same, not everything is so depressing. The opportunities to learn, to upskill, to hone your skills is also high, extremely high. At a touch of a finger, at a click of a button, you have every knowledge that you need in front of you. What is needed is the will to hone your skills, the will to make the organization stronger, the ability to stand together and make the organization grow. Looking forward to the next biennial, triennial or whatever the next conference is, where we will all be laughing all the way. It's been a 6 quarters, 7 quarters of profit. The desire is the profit should start doubling every quarter from now on. That's possible if we are determined to do so. So wishing all of you all the very best. May the journey ahead be both exciting and rewarding. Jai Hind.
Thank you, madam. We will together save our bank. And also thank you for throwing light about the unseen competitors. We will strive hard to build the generation gap. Thank you so much.
Madam, with due respect to all, I would like to grab this opportunity to convey you one thing on behalf of everyone present here and all where. With due respect to all, you are one of the very few executives looking at whom we feel pleasant, looking like a motherly figure. Thank you, ma'am. Now, a soft-spoken but firm in his views, the executive, always show compassion, empathy, and a solution. He had a vision and a mission when he took HR. He has the knack of balancing banks as well as employees' interest. He was confident of completing the difficult task of balancing staff strength. He achieved the giant task of promotion posting, transfer exercise with minimum discomfort. कुछ समय पहले ही देश में उथल पुथल मच गई. कुछ लोग दुखी हुए, कई लोगों के मुख पे मुस्कान आई वापस अपने घर जाने की. कदाचित ऐसे सर्कुलर जो फर्नीचर से रिलेटेड हो या रेंटल इंक्रीमेंट से रिलेटेड हो, जो शायद आपके हस्ताक्षर की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे. He is none other than our beloved GMHR, Shri R.K. Pradhan sir. May I now request you, sir, to deliver your address to the workforce.
Very good evening all. Our most respected MD and CEO sir, ED Srivastav sir, ED Srimati madam, Comrade Soumya Datta, General Secretary of IBOC, Comrade B.S. Misra, my good friend and President of IOBOA, Comrade Murli Sundarajan, General Secretary IOBOA, Comrade Mukundan, President of AIBU, and Comrade S.C. Balaji, General Secretary AIOBU, all office bearers of IOBOA, Employees Union, all general managers, DGMs, AGMs from CO and from Chennai, and my most beloved IOBOans, and above all the senior IOBOA ex-office bearers sitting in the front seat, Comrade Gopinath Rao, Comrade K.V. Acharya, Comrade Ananda Kumar, Comrade J.D. Sharma, and many more. First of all, I extend my compliments to IOBOA and all of you to successfully hold this 24th Triennial Conference. It's indeed a very pleasure for me to have been invited to this function, and it's a very rare opportunity to address all of you live, face to face. In fact, I take this opportunity to tell you many things what we have done for our IOBians and what is happening in central office, what we think of. First of all, when we think of Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association, if you see, Indian Overseas Bank comes first. That is what it has been taught from my joining in the bank by the senior comrades. Indian Overseas Bank is the name based on which Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association is formed. So without Indian Overseas Bank, we have no existence. We are duty bound to see and ensure the growth of the bank, so that automatically once the growth of the bank is there, growth of IOBO is there and growth of all IOBians is there. And simultaneously, all of us sitting at central office, including me, we are also duty bound to ensure that all IOBians, they live with dignity and they are all comfortable so that they can give their best to the bank. Our MD and CEO, sir, the helm of the affair, and the top management with our ED AK, sir, and ED Srimati, madam. Many of the schemes now we have launched during last 12 to 15 months. Only 2-3 things sir has told, MD sir has told regarding the furniture policy and regarding the enhancement on the lease rentals. I will tell you what we have done during last 15 months, step by step. We are the first bank to pay the salary arrears to our serving staff due to the 11th bipartite settlement during November 2020. We are the first bank to pay the arrears to our retirees. We are the third bank to implement the revised family pension of 30% to the family of the deceased pensioners. We are one of the first bank to pay the 15 days PLI to all of our staff members. We have sanctioned 14 days COVID special leave to more than 5,000 staff members who have suffered from COVID. During COVID time, it was an unprecedented time. Friends, all of you are aware. During the COVID time, we have all come to the branch. We have never stopped ourselves, and we have extended the support and service to the customers in the branches. Around 63 of our employees, they have died due to COVID. It's really painful to tell that, and to save these families of the deceased due to COVID, we have launched a special scheme of payment of ex gratia of 20 lakh to the next of the kin of the deceased member. And out of the 63 people died, we have already paid the 20 lakh, the compensation to 45 families. I would request all of you here, whoever have not got this compensation, please help us in sending the whatever papers and applications so that we will expedite and pay the balance to the balance wherever it is pending at various levels. We have improved the staff housing loan schemes, both in the quantum of the loan and also the rate of interest has been made to 6.75%. It is reduced to make it at par with other peer banks. Here we have made a significant thing, friends. I do not know, all of you must be aware. Earlier, like there were two different rates were there, two different slabs were there up to 1 lakh. I do not know where from that 1 lakh has come, and it was only 5% for the 1 lakh, and above 1 lakh it was a higher rate of interest of 11% or something. Now the entire thing has been made, the entire loan is given at a uniform rate of 6.75% simple. Our MD sir has already told there is an improvement, an increase in the rentals for the lease accommodation which was due for long, and there was demand from the various corners of the country, including our IOBOA, and it has been increased almost from 40 to 60%. And to tell you, friends, when it was put up to the board, in fact, the board member, they wanted why it is restricted to this. There are certain centers, they have increased further. So as per the suggestion of the board, it was increased in certain centers. Soft loan to the staff members for medical assistance at a very low rate, at a simple rate of 5%, it was sanctioned, and more than 17,100 employees are benefited to the tune of, and the loan amount has been sanctioned to the tune of 106 crores. Compassionate appointment, which was pending for a long time for the bereaved family members. Recently, during the month of January, 86 compassionate appointments have been released by the top management. During COVID time, reimbursement of cost of purchase for masks, gloves, sanitizers were given twice. Once during first phase of COVID, that is during April 2020, 1,000 rupees each to each member of each staff member, and during 2021 May again 2,000 rupees to each staff member. There is a reimbursement of cost of vaccination for 2 doses to all the staff members, and including all the support staff like drivers and contract employees, BCs. That has already also been given to all the staff and all the people who are directly or indirectly engaged with the bank. There is an immediate release of ad hoc amount of 1 lakh from terminal benefit to tie over the immediate financial crisis. Friends, when somebody dies, it takes time, say maybe 15 days or 1 month or 2 months to submit the papers and to sanction the pension, from the bank. To tide over this crisis time, 1 lakh is immediately released from the terminal benefit, and subsequently that is adjusted from the terminal benefit of the member. Top management has also agreed and released the first installment of the course fee reimbursement to the Manipal group of POs of 1 lakh rupees. First installment has been released recently. Friends, during the COVID time also, promotions have not stopped. We have conducted promotions. Even many of you must have thought at that time whether promotions will really happen due to COVID. But we have never stopped. Our top management thought, no, whatever may be the situation, we have to conduct every year. There should not be any gap in the promotions. And that is how the promotion was done last year also, and the 2020 also. Of course, it was belated, and those time, all of you remember, we have not transferred the people even after promotion till the COVID situation eases. Then friends, one of the very sensitive demand was there for request transfers. More than 2,800 request transfers were effected this time. And it was a Herculean task to adjust 2,800 officers to go back to their requested place. Almost 4,500 transfers had to be done. Of course, some of them on overstay, people are disturbed. But the thing is, as already our AD sir has told, when we have joined in a bank as an officer, transfer is imminent. Transfer has to be there. One cannot stay throughout his life in one place. So we have to bear with us, and I can assure on behalf of the management, once the turn comes, it will be a routine, normal and routine exercise every year, and definitely they will be sent back to their place again after completion of certain term. Then, friends, allocation of staff welfare fund and improved scheme is going to be implemented very shortly. It is in process, and maybe very shortly we will be seeing the whatever welfare fund is there we have got during the last year, that is to be released to all the staff members. Then, as our friend was telling, reimbursement of cost of sweets to all the staff members. 2020 it was Diwali time, to 400 rupees was given to each employee, and 2021 also it was given 1,000 rupees to each employee. Friends, during the COVID time also trainings have not stopped. We have been continuing with the virtual trainings, and more than 17,000 people are trained during the COVID time also through virtual mode, and out of which 1,049 are external trainings we have provided during last one and a half years. And as already our MD sir has told, it's a GAD initiative. Under the new furniture policy, all the eligible officers, they are permitted to purchase furniture of their own use and to retain it till their for a longer time. So that is already there in place. Then one more thing, friends, I'll just like to inform all of you. Speedy disposal of disciplinary cases. Earlier, we have seen many disciplinary cases were pending for years. During last 1.5 years, we have closed almost 1,611 cases so that our staff members do not lose their promotions. And we have been always trying to close all the cases before the promotion process starts so that they should not be affected by this, whatever pending is there. Here, friends, I would like to tell all of you and assure all of you on behalf of top management, whenever there is a disciplinary case is there, top management is taking it very leniently. All of you, message is loud and clear. You might have seen during last so many months. Top management is viewing it very leniently, and unless there is any mala-fide, there is very minimum punishment is there, and this punishment also, it should not be taken as a deterrent for taking decisions, credit decisions. Friends, when we are traveling on the road, there are red lights. It is red light is there to highlight, just to inform you that yes, there is a speed limit is there. There is a some caution is to be exercised while driving a car. It is like whatever disciplinary cases is there, it is to be viewed in that way. Take decisions, take proper precautions, and take decision, and we are there to help you in case of need. So friends, these are the so many initiatives. I think I have listed out 22 initiatives already. I have told before you, these are the things already we have done during the last few months. Now it is time, all of you should respond to the call of the management. As our ED sir was telling, credit is not growing. We are stagnant. It is not in the interest of the bank. We have to take decisions. We have to grow. Unless we grow, all of you know, we are dead. So don't fear. Without any fear, please go ahead, take credit decisions, and definitely we are there to help all of you in case of need. Regarding transfers, friends, yes, there is an imbalance in the different regions. Our south regions are shortage of officers. There is excess officers in north. We are trying to, this time we have tried to make it, some balance is to be, we have to bring some balance into the system. But 1 year it cannot be done. It will take some more time, definitely, and recruitment is also coming. We have already given the indent to the IBPS. IBPS is conducting the interview now. It is going on, as all of you are aware. Within maybe a month or so, people will be joining the bank at both officer level and clerical level. Till that time, please try to maintain the growth of the bank. And friends, many more things are in the pipeline. As we increase our business, as we increase our profitability, definitely all these things are going to come very shortly. Only thing is, it is linked to profitability, because without profitability, we may not be able to do everything whatever is thought of by the, or whatever is planned by the top management. And last but not the least, I will appeal all the members, all the staff members to help us in giving more to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all those 22 welfare measures initiated during these pandemic days. And we assure you, we will work with caution. Now it's time for address by President Comrade Bhavani Shankar Mishra. 28 years of rich experience in trade union activities. He started his career as an agricultural officer in 1987. In 1997, he became an office bearer, and he worked as the capacities of AGS, Deputy GS, Vice President East, JGS Kolkata Zone, and now he is our President of IOBOA, and also he is the Senior Vice President of IOBOA. He beholds a philosophy that the path for justice to the members is always full of challenges of different magnitude. A leader who leaves no stone unturned in accomplishing the needs of members. He is none other than our President. With immense pleasure, I invite you to address our comrades. Sir, please.
Comrade Bhavani Jindabad!
Thank Nikhil, Comrade Jyoti, and good evening to all present. The respected dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, my mentors, gurus in the front rows, my dear General Secretary and beloved comrades. This is my maiden conference to stand before you all as the President of our mighty organization, IOBOA. During my span of 2.5 decades of service to membership, I acknowledge with thanks your unanimous acceptance as President of IOBOA. Comrades, I am most privileged and fortunate, President of IOBOA, to have Comrade Murli as my General Secretary. The overwhelming support, love and affection he has been receiving from every part of the country is exhibited in this hall by you of huge gathering. Comrades, Murli Sundarajan is a composed person with a gentle heart and still mind. He is endowed with a concise of conviction, not convenience of ever hour, and never averse to his call of duty. He has risen up from the ranks only through sheer commitment and hard work. He is a firm believer in leading by example, and it had enabled him to lead the bank officers in this country as President of AIBOC, the largest trade union bank officers in the country, and the beacon line of the bank officers. Comrade Murli, the President of IOBOA, in his own imitable style, has a capsule form narrated the journey of us for the past 5 years. Comrades, Today, we are pleased to have amongst us an iconic trade union leader, the hero of 11th bipartite settlement, and a dedicated warrior against privatization. Needless to say, the challenges trade union face today are daunting and hence demanding not only from resistance but from depth handling of the issue. We are fortunate to have Comrade Soumya Datta, a tough negotiator, as our leader at the helm of affairs to face these challenges. When the government of the day is determined to weaken the trade union movement of the country by replacing the employee-friendly laws by a single employer-friendly industrial relation bill, every trade union requires committed and courageous leader of conviction to carry forward the struggle against this assault. A true trade unionist like Comrade Soumya Datta, preferring struggle to sluggish existence, is best suited at present juncture to be at the helm. The vibrant speech of him today has drawn our attention to the challenges ahead of us, the vibrancy expected of us to face the challenges and head on. We assure you, comrade, the militant comrades of IOBOA would be ever prepared to carry out the clarion call of AIBOC. Yes, friends, we have with us our respected Chief Partha Pratham Sengupta, MD and CEO of our bank. In the chief guest session, he has rightly briefed about the contours of the journey of our beloved bank, the strategies unleashed, the commitment exhibited, and the roadmap ahead of our beloved bank. Sir, the financial results quarter after quarter, your arrival vouched the commitment of your commitment of our membership and IOBOA as an organization with a difference. We assure you that our member, as a responsible organization, are wedded to the growth and robustness of the bank. We deem it as a great honor to have you as our chief guest today, sir. Comrades, traveling down the memory lane, I recapitulate the gracious presence and empathetic address by our beloved ED, Sri A.K. Srivastava during our last triennial in October 2017. He has taken over as ED of our bank just then. He joined us when we had entered in the PCA regime, and by his calm approach and incisive evaluation made IOBians self-confident and made us blind to all else but the winning past, which was mere a shadow of ride high with justified pride and dignity. He regarded us to face the challenge. He geared us to face the challenges before us with the feeling of belongingness, shedding the notion of not possible. Comrades, not only he preached, but he always followed the principle that we should move as one family and show our efforts to reach one goal. Towards this end, he travelled the rank and file and executed the motto of "We can and we shall" attitude. Being a whole-time director while on a downturn is a tough task. Along with us, he also faced the brunt of quarter after quarter, and by his leadership and acumen made the flag of IOB fly high with continuous net profit. Comrades, we have with us Madam Srimati, our respected and beloved executive director, who joined with the IB family when we were at the threshold of exit PCA framework with heavy breath over quarter results of fiscal 2020 and 21. Madam was confident of our sustainability from the day one we met her, which speaks volume of our rich experience across various verticals, including branch operation, mid and large credit, human resource, risk management, among others. She brought with her rich exposure in vigilance administration, also as she had the assignment of CBO in NABARD, New India Assurance Company, SBI, and Bank of Baroda. Madam, your past experience has been keeping us in best comfort, and we look forward to achieve many goals under your guidance. Our interaction with her had always been illuminating, and her address would be ever reverberating among us. I have been overread as you were listening to her address, which reinforces our resolve and capability. Sri R.K. Pradhan, our respected General Manager, HR, guest of honor, had been handling the complicated task of HR management with deftness, and honestly admit that we do not have any opportunity to escalate any issue further for resolution. His understanding of HR and its strength keep us edge, and we always look to him to share our concern and redress issue of the members. It was never difficult for him to balance bank's interest and employees' interest in placement and posting to the satisfaction of both, and exercise of transfer and promotion posting completed by him during the year stands as testimony for the fact. His address personifies his inner self and the value system he cherishes. Comrades, we have with us Comrade Mukundan, President AIOBU, and Comrade S.C. Balaji, General Secretary AIBU and President of NCB, to extend fraternal greetings in our historic conference. AIBOU is the only recognized trade union for our staff in our bank, and many of us have the root in it. The yesteryears and present leaders have been carrying out their efforts in upholding the position of our beloved banks and their ranks with a perfect understanding. Due to their human contribution to the trade union movement, the General Secretary of AIBU, Comrade S.C. Balaji, has been unanimously choice for the position of President NCB, the largest and major apex organization for our staff, and had been a proud signatory of the wage revision settlement. On behalf of Officers Fraternity, I express my gratitude to Comrade Mukundan and Comrade S.C. Balaji for their gracious presence. Sri Devendra Kumar, Chairman Reception Committee, is heading a region with complex business, and though the function is held in the fourth week, he readily agreed to undertake the responsibility, and Comrades of Chennai would vouchsafe my statement that the employee-oriented and makes a perfect combination of work combined with empathy. He had been a source of support to the members of our organization and provides an excellent leadership to the region, and our gratitude to him for accommodating our request to be the chairman of reception committee. Comrades, traveling across the country assembled here deserve a special mention and gratitude and congratulations to the comrades of yesteryears and present. The reasonable point of this conference had been the exit of PCA by our bank, and this had been made possible by serious effort of the members of the organization who, by their single-minded devotion, made the doom they Pandit go wrong. The journey of suffering over 72 months since RBI placed us in PCA from 1st September 2015 came to an happy end. The gamut of activities of our bank, exteriors, doings of IOBOA, leaders representing various organizations, comrades from all ranks makes this conference a grand event. We will always remain a constructive partner and positive contributor to the growth of our bank. The seeds of fighting spirit with the responsible attitude shown by our founder leaders have grown stronger in our organization, and it has become basic principle of our organization. These legendary leaders of yesteryears made the organization reach newer heights by their indomitable spirit to protect the interest of the members. The best tutelage we received from them made the recent past leaders to continue the spirit of the organization and keep the flag of IOBA fly high. Comrade General Secretary and myself took the mantle up at a crucial time when we were at the threshold of turnaround, and the resilience exhibited by the membership and the support extended by the comrades made the dream of every IOBian become true with the exit from PCA framework. Comrades were all aware the adage that victory should not go to our head and not remain complacent as we need to scale further right. On behalf of officer fraternity, IOBOA committed to IOB and proudly affirmed to stand united by working in tandem, commit itself to scale up to a new heights in the month to come. Let us march towards the March 2022, showcasing our sustainability to the control of the bank and the banking industry by ensuring target achievement, asset quality, improvement, and doubling the recovery. Comrades, the election of our General Secretary as President of IOBOC during last January is the highest honor crowned on IOBOA for its successful journey over 54 years. The seeds sown by the yesteryear leaders has ripened as fruit today. IOBOA beam with pride and glitters with glory on your General Secretary become President of IOBOC, the largest trade union of banking officers. We express our gratitude to former leaders of IOBOA for their valuable contribution to IOBOC, which has provided us significance in the arena of IOBOC. Comrades, we are fortunate to have amidst us today both GS and President of IOBOC, and whose commitment to the cause of bank officers are sure to save us from all the ill-conceived policy of government. Comrades, before concluding my address, I would like to highlight that despite bank went into PCA since 2015, bank had ensured uninterrupted promotions, improvements and enhancements were made under various staff loans. The icing on the cake is the furniture policy and giving shape to our dream of furniture for all. We have also represented to the bank on various staff welfare schemes and await positive outcome. Comrades, now I seek the wholehearted cooperation of each one of you in strengthening our organization further and making it rejuvenating and vibrating. Comrades, let us all take a place at this hour during this wonderful evening on our inaugural session of 24th Triennial Conference to work tirelessly to uphold the dignity of our organization and to protect the hard-won rights our members while harmonizing our work to meet corporate objectives of our bank, especially protecting the identity of IOB. Revolutionary greetings and really salute to all of you comrades. IOB Jindabad, IOBOA Jindabad. Our 24th Triennial Conference Jindabad. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade President. Now it is time to invite a famous personality in the capital of the country, active leader amongst bankers across, and he is also the PR of Delhi Tamil Sangam. Our first point of source of news from Delhi, an ever-smiling person with more reasonable approach. He is none other than our Comrade R. Mukundan, the President of All India Overseas Bank Employees Union. We are pleased to invite you, Comrade, for your fraternal greetings on this special occasion.
Good evening, comrade. Sabko namaskar. Ellorkum malai vanakkam. Respected Chairman of the Reception Committee of this 24th Conference of Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association, our Honorable MD and CEO Sri Partha Pratim Sengupta ji, Comrade Soumya Datta GS of IBEC, Sri Ajay Kumar Srivastava and Srimati Executive Director of IOB, Sri Rabindra Kumar Pradhanji, General Manager HR, IOB, Comrade S.C. Balaji, General Secretary AIOBU and President of NCBE, Sri Bhavani Shankar Misraji, President of IOBOA, Sri Murali Soundarajan, President and General Secretary of IOB Officers Association, Comrade K.V. Acharya, former President of IOBA, Comrade J.D. Sharmaji. At the outset, I deem it as a privilege to participate in this memorable meeting, memorable in the sense that the conference is being conducted after its General Secretary has been unanimously elected as a President of IBEC for the first time at the apex organization of officers community throughout the banking industry, representing majority of bank officers. Comrade Murali Soundarajan is always available to address all the issues of our staff with a smiling face and doing his best to solve all the problems. As you all know, we are lucky to have our comrade S.C. Balaji sir as our General Secretary. He is known for his helpful nature and he is always available to solve the grievances of our AIOBU. Comrade IOBOA and AIOBU are the twin eyes of our bank and both are working on the same path with the common goal of catering to the welfare of all IOBAN. In the recent past, there was a strong rumor that IOB is going to be privatized. Both AIOBU and IOBOA took all possible effort in order to stop this and also met Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman Madam, Honorable Tamil Nadu CM Sri M.K. Stalinji and top leaders of Tamil Nadu and many members of Parliament and submitted our request not to privatize IOB and retain its identity. With regard to 11th bilateral settlement wage revision, both the organization played a major role in one of the best settlement in the banking industry, 15% wage hike. Both IBEC President and NCB President are from IOB. As far as our management, I can proudly claim that is always staff-friendly and welfare-oriented management. Our bank is the first bank to release wage revision arrears to staff members. Not only that, when we turned around and made huge profit after struggling for a long period, it is the bank which announced 15 days of PLI, profit-linked incentive, the same day of announcing profit, which did not happen in many other banks. I thank personally our MD and CEO, executive directors and all other executives. Recently, our MD and CEO announced that the management had allotted rupees 20 crores for the welfare fund. Sir, sincerely, I thank you, sir. Apart from, when I met our respected MD and CEO, I requested him to consider the pending compensate appointment. As a result, immediately he cleared all the application till September 2020 and assured me to clear the pending application shortly. Sir, I wholeheartedly thank him and all the executives for that. I would like to place a request to our MD, sir. Sir, आपसे एक personal request from all over India. Clerical staff बहुत shortage है. That the number of clerical staff in our bank is very, very less when compared to the existing requirement. In many branches, only more than 700 branch, a single clerk is forced to manage the whole clerical job of the branch. I request you, sir, kindly look into this issue and do the needful so that we can serve our best to our valuable customer all over the country. I render my heartfelt thanks to IOBOA, Comrade G.S. Murali Soundarajan sir, and his President, Comrade Bhavani Shankar Misraji, and all the office bearers of this. For this opportunity, I wish to dedicate meaningful deliberation and resolution. Once again, I thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that fraternal greetings. Now we have a tall leader by his stature, soft-spoken leader, but a stubborn negotiator when it is the members' cause. One of the signatory to the 11th bipartite settlement, prominent leader in the arena of banking trade union for award staff. Comrade S.C. Balaji, General Secretary, All India Overseas Bank Employees Union and President of NCBE, the largest trade union for award staff in the banking industry. We are pleased to have you amidst today, sir, and invite you to extend your fraternal greetings.
Respected Chief Guest, Shri Partha Pratim Sengupta ji, our Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, respected Shri Ajay Kumar Srivatswa ji, our Executive Director, and respected Madam Srimati ji, our Executive Director, and our General Manager, Shri Rabindra Kumar Pradhan ji, and my comrade Soumya Datta, General Secretary of All India Bank Officers Congress, comrade Bhavani Shankar Mishra, President Indian Overseas Bank Officer Association, and comrade Murali Soundarajan, General Secretary of IOBOA and President of IOBOA, Shri Devendra Kumar ji, CJO Regional Manager, and our executives of the dais, former leaders of Indian Overseas Bank Officers Association, and all other comrades. Very good evening. I know as a last speaker it is always very difficult because almost whatever that has to be spoken has been spoken by our learned speakers, and you all had a very meaningful session all these times. And so it is very difficult to find something which has not been spoken already, and I have not left with any space. Naturally, my speech will be very brief. Thank you. Our Madam Executive Director spoke about the unknown competitors whom we have to face with. In this, I would like to say one thing. In the latest budget announcement, our Honorable Finance Minister, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman ji, has rolled out few schemes which will have far-reaching impacts on the banks. I'll be very short. The first one is, Madam announced that all the post offices will be brought under core banking system, and there will be interoperability between commercial banks and post office branches. This will have far-reaching impact in the rural areas where customers find it difficult to reach the branches, and they will go over to post offices. And another thing is, post offices offer higher interest rates, and the cost of deposits will become more for the banks. So the only solution for this will be to attract customers. You need to have personal attention to the customers. Otherwise, we will be losing our rural customers to post offices. And another major announcement made by the Finance Minister was CBDC, the central bank digital currency. When the Finance Minister said CBDC will be rolled out, This will have unforeseen consequences for all the banks. The effect of this will be known in the years to come, because CBDC, digital currency, will provide all the cashless facility to the customers, and you will see flight of CASA from the banks to CBDC, because, and especially when the balance sheet of the bank is weak, people tend to move to CBDC because it is in the balance sheet of RBI and it is more safer. So we'll have to be, as a banker, we'll have to be more cautious about the enemies who are supposed to come, competitors who are supposed to come. And I am sure all officers here are digital savvy, and I assure you, with all your digital knowledge and tech savviness, you will bring more products to the bank and see that our bank competes well, because many banks have already rolled out pilot projects on the effect of CBDC to the commercial banks. And secondly, I finish because it's already late. Another thing I want to tell you is, most of you must be aware of a cobra effect in financial system. For those who are not aware of this, I will tell you this briefly. In the old colonial India, there were a lot of snakes, and every day people were bitten by snakes and many were dying. So the then government thought it fit to find a solution. So what they did was, they offered a silver coin to all those public who bring dead snakes. Suddenly, a lot of people brought snakes to the government and to get silver coins, and the problem was reduced drastically. The hospitals were with lesser patients. And after some times, there were no patients in the hospitals, there were no deaths. But the but lot of dead snakes are continuously coming to the government. So the government was wondering what happened to find out. And they find out that a large number of people were breeding snakes in their house to get silver coins. So the government thought the decision was wrong. And so they decided to scrap the policy of giving silver coins to this public. So immediately they stopped. And the result, the impact was, there are large number of snakes again, and there are large number of deaths and large number of patients in the hospitals. The government was again wondering what happened. And they found out that all those people who were breeding snakes, they let it out in the open because now the snakes are worthless. So the solution for a problem created more problems than the solutions. That is, we call the cobra effect. There are many such instances in business. The relevance of why I am telling you this, because this has got relevance now. The government intention to privatize public sector banks will have another cobra effect. So any attempt to privatize public sector banks will not have any beneficial to any of the sectors of this economy, whether it is customers, staff members, public, or to the government. There is only way. There are two ways to fight this out. Our comrade Soumya Detta spoke about how it was started and the privatization was pushed back with all the efforts of United Forum of Bank Unions. We have conducted demonstrations, we went on successful strikes. We have pushed the agenda of the government back, but it is not over. The threat is real. So there is only one lasting solution, comrades. The one lasting solution to avoid privatization is to perform. If you perform well, if you do really well, if the bank becomes a cash cow, and if you are able to pay back the capital to the government, and if you are able to pay higher dividends to the government will not privatize our bank. I know most of you have another 2-3 decades of service left in the bank. You are all aware the need to see that our bank grows faster and becomes numero uno in the industry. I am sure this 85-year-old edifice, Indian Overseas Bank, will celebrate its centenary as public sector bank with all your continued efforts. And Indian Overseas Bank Officer Association and All India Overseas Bank Employees Union, the only organization, majority organizations in this bank, will continue to protect your rights, and kindly understand, without Indian Overseas Bank, our organizations do not exist. Do your best to the bank, we will do our best to you. And I wish every one of you all the very best, and I thank the organizers for giving me this excellent opportunity, and I thank you for patiently listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Balaji. Now, dear comrades, it is the time for vote of thanks. A promising leader from the south always held his head high and never fear of anything. A sportsman turned trade unionist who represented our country in the basketball.
A quick responder to members' needs in all HR matters. Leader with constant connective membership. May I please request Comrade S. Prem Kumar, JGS Chennai of IOBOA, and also President AIBOC Tamil Nadu State to deliver the vote of thanks.
A very warm late evening to all. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this memorable occasion of the inaugural section of our 24th Triennial Conference. I, on behalf of IOBOA and the entire officers of our beloved bank, and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais who have spared their valuable time to attend this event and be a part of the moment. Comrades, we are fortunate to have the entire top management of our bank with us today, and furthermore privileged to hear the pearls of wisdom. A special thanks to our Chief Guest, respected Sri Partha Pratim Singh Gupta, MD CEO of our bank, for accepting our invitation for being here with us today. The dynamic leadership provided by our MD CEO and making the bank to come out of PCA can be termed as the golden period of Sen Gupta for all the IOBians past, present and future. Special thanks to MD CVO and Executive Directors for making the flag of IOB fly high. Sir, your pearls of wisdom shared today have inspired the entire workforce to keep moving further to reach the new scales. Our heartfelt gratitude to our beloved Soumya Datta, General Secretary AIBOC, for his presence here with us amidst his busy schedule. We always wonder the energy and carry and transfer the same people meet and talk. Today we have witnessed and become benefited too. Thank you, sir, for your valuable information on the present issues of the bankmen and the roadmap ahead and meet the struggle. Our sincere thanks to Sri Ajay Kumar Srivatsava, Executive Director of our beloved bank. Sir, you have been with us throughout the difficult times and always motivated, ensured us that the light of the end of the tunnel is not far to people who don't give up. Our special thanks to Madam Srimati, Executive Director of our beloved bank, for her presence. Madam, we are sure that your motivational speech help us to grow extra miles, bring further glory to our beloved bank. Our gratitude and thanks to Sri R.K. Pradhan GM HR for his presence and address to the officers community. Our special thanks to you, sir, for the various HR initiatives propelled and about to be released for the benefit of IOBians. Our friendly thanks to Comrade Mukundan and Comrade S.C. Balaji, President and General Secretary of All India Bank Employees Union, for the fraternal greetings extended on this occasion. Our gratitude and thanks to Sri Devendra Kumar, CRM Chennai 1 region, who have headed the reception committee, and he has been on the wheel since the day of accepting the assignment and ensure minute details for the grand success of the function. Our respected thanks to the exterior leaders who have graced the event despite the distance they have traveled at this age, which shows their commitment till the date, the cause of comrades. We assure you, sirs, that we will uphold the traditions in the days to come. Our heartfelt thanks to the executives of the bank who have made their presence today and demonstrated their support and solidarity. Our thanks to those who witnessed the event through virtual mode. Our thanks to the leaders from other trade unions, organizations graced the function, exhibiting their love and affection to our organization and solidarity and support. Our affectionate thanks to the General Secretary, Comrade Murali Soundararajan, and President, Comrade Bhavani Shankar Mishra, for the wisdom in ensuring the conference to happen in February despite of various protocols due to COVID. Our gratitude and thanks to all the volunteers who handled the event throughout. A wide round of applause to all the comrades who have assembled here, traveling the length and breadth of the country. I would be failing in my duty if I do not thank my colleague office bearers who have made this day possible. Well, comrades, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months ago. It required planning, a bird's eye of details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated central unit office bearers, volunteers, headed by our beloved General Secretary President, who ensured the minute details. I search for words to thank everyone enough for their involvement and the willingness to take the competition of tasks beyond their comfort zone. Finally, I would like to thank all of you present here for making the time with us today and helping us in this event to grand success and a memorable one. Thank you, comrades. Thank you all.
थैंक यू कॉमरेड प्रेम कुमार सर। अतिथिगण और कॉमरेड्स, शाम अब अस्ताचल की ओर है, कार्यक्रम समापन की ओर है। गर सच्चा है अपना प्यार तो फिर क्या इस जहां का डर, गुलबंद के गुलिस्ता वफा में फिर खिलेंगे हम। अभी बिछड़ रहे हैं तो कोई रंज ना करो, फिर बाहर आएंगी फिर मिलेंगे हम। आंखों में सितारों को महफूज रख लो, बड़ी देर तक रात ही रात होंगी। मुसाफिर हो तुम भी, मुसाफिर है हम भी, इसी मोड़ पर फिर मुलाकात होगी। May I request all to stand up for the national anthem. जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंग। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग। तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे। भारत माता की। लॉन्ग लिव आईओबी, लॉन्ग लिव IOBOA, लॉन्ग लिव IBOA। Our unity जिंदाबाद,
जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद,
our unity जिंदाबाद,
जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद,
IOBOA जिंदाबाद,
जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद,
कॉमरेड मुरली जिंदाबाद,
जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद,
और 24th ट्राइनियल कॉन्फ्रेंस जिंदाबाद,
जिंदाबाद, जिंदाबाद।
Comrades, signing off for the day. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night.
Dear comrades, we have arranged ample MTC buses to go to your respective hotels. All the buses are labeled with your respective hotels. So after having dinner, you may proceed for the hotels as soon as possible. Thank you all.